5. Allô?
Numbers. Okay, good numbers. And we copy 1033 for Kayla EV1.
If you're just joining us, you're looking live into the Quest airlock of the International Space Station, where NASA astronaut Kayla Barron is suited up with the red stripe, and Raja Chari in spacesuit with no stripes, preparing for today's spacewalk. Today's spacewalk will be the 247th spacewalk in support of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. This spacewalk will be the second of Barron's career and the first for Chari on their first mission to the International Space Station. They both arrived as a part of Crew 3. NASA's SpaceX Crew 3 astronauts are in orbit following their launch to the International Space Station on the third commercial crew rotation mission aboard the microgravity laboratory. The International crew of astronauts lifted off at 9:03 p.m. Eastern Time Wednesday from Launchpad Complex 39A at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The duo are suited up and going through procedures before they head out of the hatch later this morning. Also in the airlock assisting is ESA astronaut Matthias Maurer and NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn, serving as suit-up lead.
Airlock Houston on 2 for HECA checkout.
During today's spacewalk, Barron and Chari will focus on the installation of the 3A modification kit and tieback multi-layer installation on spare battery charge discharge units to support robotic replacement or relocation at a later spacewalk.
Station 1 for the airlock.
Airlock Houston, we had a successful HECA activation and checkout, so your go to perform step 7, and then your further go to perform the MEDOX replacement as called by step 15.
So we will perform step 7, and then we continue with the MEDOX.
Airlock Houston, no response required. We see 1034 for Raja, and we saw 1033 for Kayla. Those are good numbers.
If you're just joining us, welcome to Mission Control Houston. We're bringing you live coverage today of the 247th spacewalk in support of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. We have an animation to show you what NASA astronauts Kayla Barron and Raja Chari will be conducting and will be installing today during a spacewalk.
U.S. Spacewalk number 79 will begin at the Quest airlock. U.S. astronaut Kayla Barron, EV-1, denoted by the red stripes, will egress first and receive a very large iROSA modkit strap bag. U.S. astronaut Raja Chari, in the plain white suit, will egress second with a crew-like bag. After quick buddy checks, EV-1 will head up to Phase 1 and out to the S4 integrated equipment assembly, pausing momentarily to drop her Fairlead green hook just inboard of the solar alpha rotary joint. and then continue her translation out to the S4 3 Alpha integrated equipment assembly, where she will stow the large iROSA mod kit strut bag and prep for the building of the upper triangle of the mod kit. Meanwhile, EV2 will follow EV1 up to Phase 1. EV2 will stop at the starboard seat cart, where he will temp stow a crew lock bag of tools and retrieve a foot restraint and a worksite interface extender known as a WIFAC, and then translate outboard, pausing momentarily to drop his fairly green hook just inboard of the solar alpha rotary joint. Continuing outboard, EV2 will cross over to the radiator side of the IEA and stow the foot restraint and the worksite interface extender into the worksite interface number 26. EV2 will then set up the foot restraint for optimum iROSA mod kit upper triangle installation, and then translate over to join EV1 to begin assembling the upper triangle. EV1 and EV2 will work together to build the upper triangle. The crew will build the triangular segment loosely, and they will tighten up the structure by driving the bolts to torque. EV2 will then translate over to and ingress the foot restraint. EV1 will reposition for the handoff, and EV1 will hand off the upper triangle to EV2. EV2 will lay back and work to soft dock the segment onto the beta gimbal assembly and then drive 4 bolts. EV1 will temp stow her PGT with a short socket on a local handrail, while EV2 will egress the foot restraint and bias it to the left-hand side. EV1 will go over to the bag and retrieve the left mid strut and work to pass this off to EV2 for a body restraint tether stow. EV2 will then re-ingress the foot restraint, while EV1 retrieves the long 8-foot lower strut from the bag and hands it to EV2. While EV2 holds the long lower strut, EV1 will reposition to the solar array blanket box for SOB for the install of the left lower strut. As a team, the crew will move the strut into position, and EV1 will begin driving this bolt by hand 4 turns. EV2 will then work to align and drive his bolt on the mounting bracket side 2 turns, and then EV1 will work to complete the torque on this bolt by driving with the pistol grip tool to a high torque, and then following with an even higher torque on the torque wrench. Once the bolt is deemed good, EV2 will be given a go to drive his bolts to torque using the pistol grip tool, and this completes our minimum config. EV1 will reposition to the beta gimbal assembly, and EV2 will hand off the telescoping mid-strut for install. EV1 will work to soft dock the side pad onto the BGA, while EV2 holds his clevis bolt side in place. EV1 will start her 4-bolt 2 turns with the pistol grip tool, and then EV2 will drive his clevis bolt to torque on the mounting bracket. EV1 will then complete her 4 bolts with her pistol grip tool, and then EV2 will drive his bolt to torque. EV2 will then egress and reposition the foot restraint to bias it to the right-hand side of the mod kit. The crew will then repeat the handoff sequence. First, the mid-strut for body restraint tether stow, foot restraint ingress, followed by handoff of the very long lower right strut. EV1 will then reposition to the right-hand side of the 3 Alpha Beta gimbal assembly, and an analogous install strategy will unfold. EV1 will position at the right SOB bearing for lower strut install and drive the lower strut bolt to torque. EV1 will drive his clevis bolts to the mounting bracket. EV1 will then reposition at the BGA, and they will hand off the right telescoping mid-strut following the same install strategy. Once complete, EV1 will translate onto the mid-strut and drive 2 collar bolts to torque to lock out the telescoping mechanism and rigidize the right-hand side. EV2 will then egress the foot restraint and begin to clean up. Once the multi-layer installation, or MLI, is fully closed and wire tied down, EV1 will reposition to repeat the collar bolt and MLI ops on the left-hand side. EV2 will then translate around the integrated equipment assembly and stow the tools back in the bag. He'll then fold it into third for ready for translation in later in the EVA. EV2 will then translate back around the IEA to the foot restraint and work to stow the foot restraint and the worksite interface extender on his body restraint tether. EV1, in the meanwhile, will translate over to the non-radiator side of the IEA and take some still imagery of the completed mod kit. EV1 will then translate out to S6 to our battery charge discharge unit. She will begin installing some wire ties on a handrail and prep for restraining the MLI or a multi-layer insulation that covers the battery charge discharge unit. Meanwhile, EV2 will translate out to the starboard seat cart to stow the foot restraint and worksite interface extender low profile on the starboard seat cart. EV2 will then retrieve the crew lock bag onto his body restraint tether and head back out to S6 to join EV1. Both crew will work together to open the multi-layer insulation covering the battery charge discharge units. This will allow for robotic access when needed in the future. They'll perform some on-orbit origami, board it to the shape of a triangle, and restrain it out with a wire tie to a local handrail. The crew will then work to brake torque first on H1 followed by H2, and then restrain the other MLI back to open and expose the second battery charge discharge unit, and then work to brake torque and reinstall to a known lower torque on the second battery charge discharge unit. Both crew then will clean up and retrieve the crew lock bag to the BRT, or body restraint tether, and begin to head inboard for the completion of the EVA. EV2 will lead the way in, since he led with second outboard, translate across the IEA, retrieve his fair lead green hook, translate under the MT, and at the CETA handrail bridge, translate nadir down to our airlock. EV1, in the meanwhile, will translate to the S4 IEA, retrieve the folded up mod kit bag, grab her fair lead green hook, translate past the CETA carts, hitting those brake pedals, down the CETA handrail bridge and to the airlock, concluding a very successful U.S. spacewalk number 79.
You're getting a live look inside the Quest airlock. You're getting a live look in the airlock where Barron and Chari are still preparing to go out later today for a spacewalk to complete maintenance for a 3A modification kit on the starboard truss at S4. The duo will be working at the starboard truss S4 for the 3A power channel, installing a modification kit where an iROSA or ISS rollout solar array will later be installed. NASA astronaut Kayla Barron is designated as EV1, wearing the suit with the red stripe to the right of your screen. Raja Chari is EV2, wearing the suit with no stripes to the left of your screen. They're currently being helped by NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn as suit-up lead and ESA astronaut Matthias Maurer. The crew is now getting their safers installed. The safer, or simplified aid for EVA rescue, is essentially a jetpack that will allow astronauts who wear them to perform. The safer is worn as a precautionary measure in the unlikely event that an astronaut were to become untethered from the space station. The safer would allow the crew member to safely propel themselves back to the space station. Once the safers are successfully installed on the astronauts, they will be moved through the equipment lock portion of the airlock you see on the top of your screen, now into the crew lock section. The hatch will then be closed behind them, and the final preparations will begin to depressurize the crew lock all the way down to vacuum. They'll then complete suit checks and communication checks with the flight controls team here in Houston before venturing outside the hatch. The spacesuits you see the duo wearing are the EMUs, or extravehicular mobility units, which are essentially a mini life support system providing environmental protection, mobility, and communications for the crew members during their spacewalk. Later today in coverage, we'll have a special guest with us, Laura Kearney. Laura is the program manager for the newly created Extravehicular Activity and Human Surface Mobility Program. Laura will tell us a little bit about the future of spacesuits and how they'll affect Artemis missions. You're currently seeing Matthias Maurer and Tom Marshburn working together to install the safer on the back of Kayla Barron's spacesuit. Once installed, Barron will be moved through the equipment lock portion of the airlock you see and into the crew lock section. After her, we'll see the same happen for Chari. And when both are successfully into the crew lock section, the hatch will be then closed behind them, and the final preparations will begin to depressurize the crew lock all the way down to vacuum. They'll then complete suit checks and communication checks with the flight control team here in Houston before venturing outside the hatch. We are currently seeing Raja Chari being fitted with his safer, and he will be next to move into the crew lock portion of the airlock. You just saw NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei fly by. He has another important thing happening today on the International Space Station as he's breaking records. When the clock strikes 12:24 Eastern Time today, March 15th, Mark Vande Hei will claim the title of the U.S. astronaut with the single longest space flight in history. At a mission elapsed time of 340 days, 8 hours, and 42 minutes, Vande Hei will surpass the duration logged by NASA astronaut Scott Kelly back on March 2nd, 2013. You currently are seeing ESA astronaut, European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Maurer and NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn helping Raja Chari through to the crew portion of the airlock. So far, NASA astronauts Kayla Barron and Raja Chari have completed pre-breathing and headed into the crew lock. The spacewalk today marks the 247th in support of International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. This will be Kayla Barron's second and Raja Chari's first. Barron is EV1, or extravehicular crew member 1, and she is wearing the suit with the red stripes with the helmet cam number 22. Chari, as EV2, will wear the suit with no stripes and has helmet cam number 16. We'll see those feeds later today.
Airlock Houston with a request for you.
Go ahead, on one.
Yes, it looks like we may have bumped the EV2's HECA. Can you go ahead and turn it off?
Line 54 says EMU TV power, check green LED is on. So we switch it on purpose.
Copy, checking. And Matthias, back with you on 1. For step 54, that's the EMU TV power, not the HECA. So if you can go ahead and power on the EMU TV and power off OFS, the HECA.
And we also found this, and we just did this. Tom confirms the HECA is off on both, and the EMU TV is on both.
Copy.
We're currently in a loss of signal between satellites. You've seen a live view of the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where the Orbit 2 team is being led by Flight Director Mike Lammers. The Orbit 2 team, again, being led by Flight Director Mike Lammers. Next to him is Alex Kanalenkos, who's the Capcom this morning. And next to him will be Victor Glover, NASA astronaut, who will be ground IV today. Sandy Moore is the lead spacewalk officer. Once depressurization, we'll switch from hearing Alex to hearing Victor Glover communicate to the crew. And it appears now that the hatch is now closed. And as you see here, Tom Marshburn and Matthias Maurer are closing the hatch between the Quest airlock and the crew lock, where Barron and Chari will be isolated as depressurization occurs. Once the crew gets the go from the team in Houston, depressurization of the crew lock will begin.
Houston station on 1 for the airlock. Step 72 and 73 are complete.
Copy. We'll put steps 74 through 76 in work, and we'll let you know when the EV crew are hot mic'd.
You're taking step 74 to 76.
Good read.
Okay, copy.
Station Houston, the EV crew are hot mic'd.
Copy. Two copies.
And we hear you both, EV1 and EV2, loud and clear.
And Houston, both EV crew members copy. They're now hot mic'd.
I had Alex loud and clear in YouTube with you.
No, got you both loud and clear as well. We stepped on each other, but I heard you both.
Good morning to you both. It's a great day for an EVA.
Good morning.
Loud and clear. Ready to go.
Roger. Check that the switch for the depress pump power is OFF.
Press pump OFF.
Depress pump enable LED is on.
Enable is on.
We're on the crew lock depress Q card. On the UIA. Houston, we're waiting for your go at 80.
Stand by. Station Houston, you have a go for depress on step 80. We'll see you on the crew lock depress repress Q card.
Copy, we're going step 80. We're now on the depress repress Q card. Roger, the UIA, switch the depress pump power to on. Wait 10 seconds.
Copy. Switch is on. Wait 10 seconds. There's 10 seconds.
So you can take the depress pump isolation valve to open and expect an alert turn.
Copy. One, two, open.
Copy, you can both expect an alert turn when the crew lock gets to 6. Monitor your suit P gauge that stays less than 5.5. Let us know if it's not.
Roger.
Copy. sound in the suit. I assume that's the relief valve opening.
Yep, I hear it.
Flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston did a go, no-go for depressurization to begin, and we have begun depress. The depressurization of the airlock will be done in a two-stage process. First, they'll take the crew lock down to 5 pounds per square inch of pressure, at which point depressurization will be paused to do a systems check. Following this, depressurization will resume and continue all the way down to vacuum. Once vacuum is reached, the two spacewalkers will complete suit and comm checks before placing their spacesuit on internal battery power, officially marking the start of today's spacewalk. A U.S. spacewalk start and end time is measured from the time the crew places their spacesuit on internal battery power all the way up until the time repressurization occurs and they're back inside the crew lock following completion of their spacewalking task for the day.
6.0, waiting on 5. Copy.
Maurer and Marshburn in the equipment section of the airlock continue to monitor depressurization on the Quest airlock, where NASA astronaut Kayla Barron and astronaut Raja Chari are suited up and undergoing preparations to eventually venture outside. Crew is currently at 5.5 psi inside the crew lock. Again, they will pulse around 5 pounds per square inch and begin system checks.
We see the crew lock pressure at 259. Raja, take the depress pump isolation valve to close and expect an alert turn. Okay, it's closed. All the DCMs for both of you. On the display switch, toggle status until leak check question mark is displayed, and then yes for 2 seconds.
1, 2 leak check wait.
DB2 leak check wait. Copy, and you'll just continue to follow the displayed instructions.
Roger. Leak check complete. Set O2 actuator to EVA, and that's going to work.
And EV2, leak check complete. Working on the EVA O2 actuator. Copy, 2 good leak checks. Standing by for O2 actuator to EVA.
Houston copies. Good leak checks.
I'm in EVA.
Copy, Kayla, you're in EVA. I'm in EVA as well. Copy, 1 and 2, both in EVA. Roger, take the depress pump manual isolation valve to open and expect an alert turn.
And after our call on good leak checks and good comm checks,
And valve open. Copy. The valve is open.
and after our call on good leak checks and good comm checks, the crew inside the crew lock will continue depressurization.
Remains less than 5.5. Let us know if it's not.
Roger.
Copy. Your next step will be at 2 psi.
If you're just joining us, this is Mission Control Houston, and we have you're looking live at the equipment lock section of the Quest airlock, where we've begun depressurization for Kayla Barron, NASA astronaut Kayla Barron and Raja Chari, in order to begin the 247th spacewalk on space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. You're currently looking at Matthias Maurer of ESA, or European Space Agency, and Tom Marshburn of NASA in the equipment section, continuing to monitor the depressurization of the Quest airlock, where NASA astronaut Kayla Barron and Raja Chari are suited up and undergoing final preparations before they head out of the station's hatch today for today's spacewalk.
Roger, we see we are just below 103. Roger, you can take the depress pump manual isolation valve closed.
Hey, it is closed.
Switch on the UIA, the depress pump power to OFF.
The depress pump on the UIA is off.
Copy off. Report your initial tether configuration for egress.
Roger, if you could move a little to your right. Copy.
All right.
And then if you've got good visibility to start, you can go first. Otherwise, I can start on mine.
I'll go on start. Put my hands on the airlock D-ring extender. I've got my large waist tether hook, gate closed, lock on block on that. Run to my small crew hook, which is gate closed, lock on block on my left D-ring extender on my body. Then you pick up the rest. I pick up the right D-ring extender.
Okay. I'm looking at my right D-ring extender. I've got another small hook attached to my right D-ring extender. Gate closed, slider locked, block on black. I've got my red hook attached to my right D-ring extender. Gate closed, slider locked, block on black. My red reel is unlocked. My yellow hook is attached to my green reel. Gate closed, slider locked, block on black. My green reel is unlocked. My green hook is attached to my red reel, and it is unlocked, and my anchor hook is on my mini workstation.
Some back my side here.
And Raja, I might be able to help you out with some of that if you need it.
I've got my eyes on my right waist ring, the right D-ring extender. On that, I see a red and white striped crew hook, gate closed, lock on block. Run into a red reel, which is unlocked. That's the top of that red reel is the green crew hook, which is unlocked. The yellow hook from the red reel is attached to the green reel. Slider lock, block on black. Then off the green reel, I see my anchor hook, which is marked white ED2, gate closed, lock on black, attached. Door anchor hook, gate closed, lock on block.
And one correction, I know it's attached to my waist tether.
That's my waist tether. So with that, I've got a low tap to station, and you have a low tap to me.
Yep, I agree.
And Houston Station, we see a good initial tether config, if you agree.
Do I have the room cable to shift to my body left, or is that going to pin you in?
For now you can. I'll probably need you closer to where you are now when I need to get to the hatch.
Okay, copy.
And airlock Houston on 1 for EV2. We need both of your small hook from your waist tether and both of your small hooks from your waist tethers.
Okay, so my right D-ring extender, I have 2 small hooks. One is both are gate closed, lock on black. One runs to my mini workstation. That's my waist tether. The other one is the red and white striped one. That's the small hook, gate closed, lock on black that runs to the red reel. What you're looking for?
Copy. Yep. Thanks for that. And then also the small hook on there's a waist tether on the airlock D-ring extender.
Yep. Yeah, I gave you that earlier, but sorry. The airlock D-ring extender, I have running to a large hook, gate closed, lock on black, and the other end of that runs to my left D-ring extender, small hook, which is gate closed, lock on black.
And I'm noticing we're kind of got these intertwined. Do you see that, Raja? Might be okay. Is this your waist tether? Fine. See how this is like wrapped? Is it okay if I fix that?
Yeah, I can't see it from here, but...
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to unlock your waist tether small hook from your left D-ring extender and reattach it.
Okay.
Okay, your left small hook is attached to your left D-ring extender. Gate closed, slider lock, block on block, and we're not twisted up anymore.
Sounds good, thanks. I confirm I can still see the large hook still attached to the airlock D-ring extender. Now it's breaking flow all the way here, and I can see that small hook, gate closed, block on black, my left D-ring extender.
Okay, Raja and Kayla, one more from Houston. So We believe that there is a spare waste tether in the airlock as well on that airlock D-ring extender, and that's the small hook that we're looking for. And then your green reel for EV2.
Sorry, yeah, it is, and it's back to itself on the airlock D-ring extender. Yeah, so both on the spare waste tether that's on the airlock D-ring extender, both the small and the large hook are both attached to the and it's looped back on itself intentionally. And both are gate closed, lock, black on black. So the small hook, the large hook, is gate closed but not locked.
Small hook closed, lock, black on black. Copy, thank you. And the green reel is unlocked. Thank you for those.
And Houston, from the airlock, if you agree, we'll press on in step 12.
Okay, airlock Houston, you may continue with step 12.
Okay, yeah, we're just waiting for the pressure to come down, and we'll press on. Thank you.
The crew just reported being down to 1 psi.
When it's time to open the hatch, I'm going to need to come neater, and I'm going to need your feet to go forward and or inboard so I can get down over the lever.
Okay, I can go inboard. That's far enough.
Yeah, that should be okay.
Matthias Maurer and Tom Marshburn. Matthias Maurer of the European Space Agency and Tom Marshburn of NASA in the equipment section continue to monitor depressurization on the Quest airlock, where NASA astronauts Kayla Barron and Raja Chari are suited up and undergoing preparations to venture outside the space station for today's spacewalk.
See .6 on the hatch gauge.
Copy, we see 31.6, looking for 26.
Once at vacuum, we'll look for a call that will say that they've switched to internal battery power. This call will be the official start of the spacewalk this morning.
See you to 0.5 on the hatch gauge.
Copy, we see 27, looking for 26.
Yeah, I'll stand by.
Sensation from the airlock, we see ourselves at 26, and Kayla's reported 0.5 about a minute ago. I just want to double check with you. We're good for EVA hatch open.
And airlock, you have a go for EV hatch open.
Kayla, you go to open the hatch and stow it.
Do you think you can roll onto your side a little bit?
Yep, which way?
So that you're facing aft. Yep. That'll work. Okay. And the hatch is open. Hatch keep engaged.
Copy that. 14, step 14 is in order. Houston Station emergency impact is closed. Kayla, Raja, Godspeed, and have fun. And over to you, Houston.
Copy. Thank you, Tom, Matthias, Mark. Nice work getting us to this point. Kayla, Raja. Good morning, spacewalkers.
Good morning.
Morning.
All right, we're picking up with the post-depress on your DCMs. Switch power to bat and stagger switch throws. Expect a warning tone.
EV1's in bat.
He's in bat.
Copy, and switch display to Pro. Oh. Copy EV1 and EV2 in bat. And now you can switch display to Pro to verify a functional display.
EV1 functional.
EV2 functional.
All right, good news. Raja, on the UIA, switch power EV1 and EV2, two switches to off OFF.
Power 1 and power 2 are both off.
And check power EV1 and 2 LEDs, 4 LEDs total OFF.
All 4 LEDs are off.
Okay, EV1, EV2, you can demate the SCU from the DCM and install the DCM cover and then stow the SCUs in the pouch.
Stowed.
Copy, EV1.
EV2 is off, still working on stowing it.
Copy and work, EV2.
EV2 is off and stowed.
Copy, EV2. Confirm you're both ready to move on. They're stowed in the pouch.
Ready.
EV2 stowed in the house, ready.
Okay, Raja, check the depress pump man ISO.
And at 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 a.m. Eastern, the 247th spacewalk in support of station assembly and maintenance and upgrades has begun. Raja Chari now will work to open the thermal cover and make their way outside the space station hatch to begin their work for the day. The ground IV is NASA astronaut Victor Glover. You saw him on your screen previously. You're going to hear his voice as he speaks to the crew about the International Space Station. He'll be filtering information from the teams here in Mission Control up to the spacewalkers today.
EV1 and EV2 max hot. Now you can switch water on, ON. EV1, EV2, you can switch water on, ON.
One, water is on, OM.
EV2, water's on.
Check your DCM blank and bite light off.
DCM blank, sight light off.
Choose blank and bite light off.
Copy. Now you can set your TCV as desired. Let us know where, please.
Min 5.
And copy EV1 TCV to 5.
And EV2's TCV 5.
EV2 is 5 also. Okay, please report suit pressure gauge to Houston. And EV1, EV2, report suit pressure gauge.
EV1, 4.2.
To 4.4.
Copy 4.2, 4.4. Okay, set your visors as required. It is currently night. You're 10 minutes from sunrise and about to pass off the west coast of the United States.
Roger that, my visor's up for now.
Visor's up, my lights are on.
Also have my lights on.
All right, Kayla, you can open the hatch thermal cover. And I've got some detailed steps if you'd like those.
Ready to open the thermal cover?
Hey, firm, you have a go to open the thermal cover, and I've got some detailed steps if you need them.
I got it, but Raja, could you either rotate onto your right side or your feet are kind of blocking my access? I need them. Show them if that's okay. Good go. Okay, I am releasing the thermal cover adjustable. Hold it first.
Copy, and just a reminder, when you attach the hook to the stowage tether point, we'd like you to cinch that strap snug until you have 6 Sharpie lines visible on the tail.
Okay. On the stowage point and cinching it now. 6 lines.
6 lines, thank you.
Thermal cover's open.
Looks great. When you're ready, you can egress the airlock. We recommend you position forward on the circular handrail.
Okay, it works.
And we now have confirmation that thermal cover is now open. Barron and Chari working to egress the space station. And you can now see on the top of your screen, Barron is now out of the space station. Barron is EV1.
Out, and I'm working on my anchor hook is attached to the forward airlock D-ring, gate closed, cider lock, black on black. I have a good safety tether pass, and I'm going to work on Raja's anchor hook.
Copy, and Raja's is going to the after.
Just working on repositioning my FDU. I got snagged. I think I'm the way out. Make sure I can get to that later.
Raja, your anchor hook is attached to the airlock aft D-ring. Gate closed, slider locked, black on black. When ready, you have a go to release your waist tether.
Copy. I've got to go to release my waist tether. Let me fix the FDU here first, and I'll work on that.
Okay, copy that. And Kayla, please turn on your HECA.
Doesn't work. Goes on, green light.
Copy, thank you. And when you two are ready, Raja, I hear that you're working with the SCU, and then you and Kayla can coordinate transferring out the strut bag.
And I'm disconnecting my left waist tether from the airlock D-ring. And moving up to the strut bag.
Okay, yes, and you're going to transfer the strut bag out to Kayla. And Kayla, when you receive the strut bag, you're going to stow it on your BRT with the tape side of the handrail toward your feet.
Roger. And Raja, I got visibility under the airlock hatch. You're ready to help guide it through.
Okay.
Barron is EV1.
See if I can get the handrail towards you, and then I'll try to find it down there. It gets caught up on the hatch somewhere.
Okay. See the end coming down toward me?
And it looks like the...
Now you're caught a little bit on the knob of the hatch lever.
I think the soft goods handle, but it's snagged over there.
Okay.
Feels like it's stuck. I can pull it more towards my end of the airlock and then lever it down.
Yeah, you could try pointing the outboard end of the bag towards the aft to kind of take advantage of that diagonal. Might help you get around the hatch knob. I could come back in a little bit if that would help, Raja.
I'm trying to... I need to get the other end towards me up higher. It's stuck in the hatching mechanism of the inboard hatch, gravity side. I need to get that out.
I'm going to try reaching my hand up to see if I can help you, Raja.
Yeah, if you can push the whole thing up.
The whole bag up?
Barron and Chari are working together to get a strut bag so Chari can egress the hatch.
ISS app.
Okay.
And that'll give us more diagonal.
There you go.
Okay, I'm free enough. All right, there we go. Progress.
Okay, I'm going to get a little bit out of the way here. And you should be able to work that out here.
Yep. All right, I don't think I have the handrail the right way, but I can hold it in position here to get you rotate it.
Okay. Let's come out a little bit more. Try to get a hand on it here. Okay, let's pause here.
Okay.
And I'd like to rotate it so I can see the handrail. Okay, I see the handrail. Now, Raja, I'm going to put my BRT red on it.
Copy. I'm not going to try to catch the one that comes back because I won't have eyes on it, but once it comes back in, I'll try to get it on the airlock range center.
Okay. And it rotated out of the way while I was grabbing my ret, so...
I can spin it either way. I don't control it up here. You just tell me which way to rotate it.
I can see the handrail, but I need you to push the bag, no, not further out. Sorry. My end toward me, toward forward.
Okay.
Yep. And then we could, yeah, that's good. Okay, I've got my BRT red on it. Two options, Raja. If you can reach the ret, you can remove it now. Otherwise, let's bring it out another foot or so, and I'll take it off.
I can't get to this on the other side of the bag for me, so I can bring it out more.
Bring it out more. All right, airlock red's removed and coming back.
All right, I saw it come back, good retraction.
Okay, Roger, now I'm going to reposition myself a little bit, but I've got the bag in my hand.
Take your time.
And I'm going to work on getting it on my BRT here. Still sort of in the hatch. I've got it on my BRT, so I'm going to pull it the rest of the way out.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Nice job working together, you two, to get EV3 out of the hatch there. And Raja, I heard you grab. Yeah, I heard that you grabbed your waist tether off that D-ring extender. So the next thing you're going to do is wait for Kayla to give you a go to egress, and then retrieve crew lock bag 1.
Copy. Yep, and I've got crew lock bag 1 already on my BRT ret, and I'm working on stowing the small end of the large swallow that was stowed onto the airlock D-ring extender. And while you're still on set, I'll see if I can get the strap bag down to this.
Okay. I'm going to change the orientation on my BRT in the jaws just because it doesn't quite want to stay where I want it. And work on getting it off to my side.
Okay, if I come out partway with my legs,
yep, you're go to come out, Raja. Bag.
Okay, and I have a small ret that was holding the strap bag that's also attached to the airlock D-ring extender for when you come back.
Okay. And Raja, on your way out, there's a depress, repress cue card that's kind of thrown behind the hatch. You have to turn around. I don't know if you're able to, yaw around. To come out to your waist.
I think I see it.
Yeah, if you could feed that back in, probably shouldn't have even had it out. If not, we can get it at the end of the UVA, but probably be good to tuck it back in. And the sun's coming out, Raja, if you want to put your visor down.
Okay, thanks.
I'm going to increase my cooling a little bit.
Okay, that repress card is back behind the hatch.
Thank you, sir.
EV1, EV2, or 15 seconds to a handover.
Roger.
And we're currently in a brief handover between satellites, which you're currently seeing International Space Station Flight Control Room.
Right here. Okay, I'll move away from you. That's crew card. The depress card floated out again, but we can.
Okay.
Should be untangled now to pop back up in there.
And I'm trying to get my cooling where I want it. I'm a little bit too far on it.
So I'm going to my crew lock bag set up. Wait for the crew lock bag to come back.
And Chari is now out of the hatch. Barron EV1, or extravehicular crew member 1,
No problem.
is wearing the suit with the red stripes. Chari is EV2, and he's wearing the suit with no stripes. Another way to keep track of the crew members today will be by their helmet cams. Barron has helmet cam number 22, and Chari has helmet cam number 16.
Got the crew lock bar.
Great to see it online, Mark.
Let me know when you feel like you're ready for buddy checks, Raja, and let us know if you're back with us.
Yep, I'm with you. And once, Raja, when you're done with the bag and you have a free finger, you can turn on your HECA. And Kayla,
thermal cover is closed.
Copy, thermal cover closed. Thank you. And let's see. Can you verify the stiffener D-ring strap is not over the magnet?
It is not.
Okay, and you've got that long wire tie there if you need to use that free end of the hook around the soft goods handle, and just let us know. And if you guys remember where you tucked that cue card, we'll take that so we can remind you on the way back in to make sure it's still stowed.
It's just behind the thermal cover at the moment. It's tethered. It's just kind of in the way of the hatch actuating. Just need to tuck it in.
Copy. Thank you for that.
All right, ready for buddy checks if you are.
All right, Raja. I see green echo light. I don't see your WBS light, however. So the white button on your EMU TV.
We're going out before.
I see it's on now.
Done, okay.
Your helmet lights are on. You've got 3 tabs up, 2 main workstation, 1 BRT. Both of your safer handles are down. And you've got the crew lock bag on your BRT. That looks really like a good position. And I think you got good eyes on your safety tether. Looks like you're in a good config there.
Copy.
And my baseline half check, half is dry.
Copy. And for you, I see 1, 2 TV lights on, HECA and TV. Both your lights are on. Just one of each if you want the slots for later. 1, you yaw your body. That's good. Okay, 3 tabs up. And 1. Safer handles down.
Okay.
And the strap bag looks good. It's a little tilted towards your head, but I think that's fine. And then wider at your feet, but it looks like a good single position tucked in close behind your arm.
Yeah, I see it in your reflection. I think I'm okay with how that is.
Yeah, I think that's probably better. If that's a little tighter in by your head, so it's snagging, I think.
Okay.
And Raja, we'll
start translating if you are.
We'll take a buddy, a baseline half check from you.
Dry. Yep, tap is dry. And gloves look good.
Okay, copy that. Nice job, you two. And Kayla, that's a big bag with a long moment arm, so, you know, it's only going to stay put for so long, so don't fight too hard trying to keep that where it is. And if you two are ready to translate, you, Kayla, are going to the S3, S4 interface inboard of the Sarge, and you will be leading. Raja, you will follow, translating to the starboard seated cart.
Copy.
Arming up the toolboxes.
And Kayla, we'd like you to fair lead at the base of the CETA spur.
I copy that. Just going to take it nice and slow with this big bag.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right, Kayla. Slow and steady wins the race. Perfect. And I've got a couple cautions I'll read to you all. Avoid contact with the radiators and flex hoses. It'll probably be obvious and self-correcting, but translate slowly, especially with the strut bag on the BRT, and avoid inadvertent contact with the deployed test cables.
Okay. I've got that fair lead in, and I'm heading out to put in my adjustable fair lead.
Copy, and that'll be at S0 handrail tree 410 for EV1. And EV2, you're going to do an adjustable at tree 409er.
I see 3410. I'll stop here to get that adjustable down. I've got my adjustable fair lead on 3410. Roger, you have a go to start translating up, and I'll kind of keep an eye on you as you come by the toolboxes, and then I'll continue.
Okay, I'm coming off the wagon wheel. I can see your tether.
Good, Raja. We continue up to the cedar rail. Stay out of your way.
Copy. I'll hold to the base of the cedar rail until you're at the top.
Okay, I'm at the cedar rail. I'm going to start slowly heading outboard, Roger.
That's correct, Kayla. You're heading to the S3, S4 interface, and we've got a green hook location just inboard of the Sarge when you get there, near mile marker 5250.
Okay.
I'm 3409, which is where I'm putting down my adjustable tether.
Thank you, Raja.
Barron and Chari are currently translating to the starboard truss S4 work site, where they will install a solar array modification kit.
The starboard cedar cart, or correction, port cedar cart, and rotate it underneath it.
Nice job. You're looking good. That strut bag is flying formation with you.
Adjustable down at 3409.
Thanks, Roger. And you're heading to the starboard cedar cart to stow the crew lock bag.
And I'm starting under the MT. I got good visibility on the bag, and it's clear.
Up to see the handrail starting to go starboard.
I'm at the starboard cedar cart.
We're currently seeing live views from helmet cam 16, which is EV2 Raja Chari's cam, as he translates to the S4 truss.
I'm back on the cedar rail, past the starboard cedar cart. And I'm approaching the spot where I'm going to head nadir for green hook.
Copy that. Yep, just inboard of the Sarge, you're looking for S3 handrail 3060, and yours will be the more nadir of the two vertical handrails there on the nadir side of the Sarge.
All right. RC3060.
That is your green hook location.
And I think I'm caught up on something, so I'm just going to take a look at my tethers. I got it clear.
I'm under the cut it off on the MT.
My green hook is on 3060.
All right, nice job. And now you're going to translate to the 3 Alpha IEA, non-radiator side. So please check your gauntlets in place prior to crossing the Sarge.
Gauntlets are in place.
Sounds good. You're heading out to the IEA to stow that strut bag.
Barron is
With 01 on the port, or sorry, starboard key card. I'll get tethered here and get rid of the crew lock bag on top of this.
Hey, firm, and just let us know what square grid you dropped the crew lock bag on.
All right, I made it to IEA, and I'm heading further outboard.
Hey, firm, station forward and outboard. And you're looking for handrails 2207 or 2206, and then we'll stow the strut bag.
All right, I have them in sight.
All right, the crew lock bag's on grid C.
Thanks, Roger. Grid Charlie. Now you can retrieve the WIFX and APFR with the ingress aid from WIF 1.
Copy.
And you're going to stow those on your BRT. And Kayla, it looks like you're close to your position, so when you find those handrails, the way you want to orient the bag, the strut bag handrail goes toward the radiator, or if you can just see the way the lid opens, you want the lid to open toward the center of the IEA or toward the radiators.
You just heard Barron confirm the strut bag being stowed at the IEA, or the Integrated Electronics Assembly.
Kayla, I believe also that means that the tape on the handrail will point toward the mast canister.
Copy that. Working on the necessary rotation now. Got it in a good orientation, so we'll work on getting it cleared.
Yeah, that looks good. And I think 2207 and 2206 should be right in front of you.
I got the VRT went to the APFR, which is locked on the with X, and the with X is in my VRT with the gate closed.
Okay, copy that, Roger. And now you're going to translate to the starboard sarge. And you're going to also, near Kayla's green hook, you're going to drop your green hook just zenith of hers on handrail 3061.
Copy, 3061.
And we currently see Raja.
One of the corner adjustables down. I'll work on the other one.
Copy, adjustable on one corner.
We currently have views as Raja Chari translates back to the worksite after retrieving APFR or the articulating portable foot restraint.
Now that the bag is permanently.
Copy.
Okay, well, I can see my tether on top of yours is planned, so that looks good so far out to the charge at least.
Yeah.
Roger, I see you're approaching the sarge there, just zenith of Kayla's hand green hook. You're looking for 3061. 3061.
Tally 3061. That's not my green hook here.
I've got two corners down, and what I'm going to do is open the lid and then probably tie back with one of the lid adjustables.
Okay, copy. Nice work, Kayla. If you also could, when you have a free hand, check your HECA on.
Okay. Got a green HECA light.
Copy. Thank you for the HECA light. And Roger, just confirm your gauntlets are in place after your green hook. You're going to translate to the 3 Alpha IEA as well on the radiator side, station aft.
Copy, my gauntlets are down. I'm just getting ready to go across the sarge.
All right, we've got a great camera view of both of you, and Roger, you're just going to head over over the zenith side of the IEA, station aft.
GoPro's on.
I think my tether just caught underneath there.
All right, I'm happy with the bag for now. I think I'll maybe tighten actually the outboard strap real quick, and then the mounting bracket has very kindly presented itself.
Yeah, it's ready to get to work, huh? Okay, nice job with the bag, and also I have a reminder here that you can turn on and stow the GoPro, and just let us know where you place it.
It's on, and I'm just going to leave it tethered to the bag.
Copy, thank you.
And I think I'm going to take a second to put down my BRT, get a little more stability here. Get that mounting bracket back over here.
Okay, and I've got my eyes on WIF 26, which is my destination.
Affirm, yes, and when you get to WIF 26, you want to install the WIF-X, and you will clock it to 6. I'll remind you again when you get there and give you the rest of the settings when you're ready.
I've got the mounting bracket, and I'm going to start going for the upper right strut.
Okay, so before you start on that, we would like a glove, hat, and gauntlet check, and then we'll get into the upper triangle.
Okay, that's going to work. I'll check my gloves now.
If you're just joining us, we're bringing you live coverage today of the 247th spacewalk in support of International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. NASA astronauts Kayla Barron and Raja Chari have begun a spacewalk to assemble and install brackets and strut kits for an upcoming solar array upgrades.
In place. All right, so yes, we are going to start on the upper triangle build, and you said you have the mounting bracket, and yep, it's going to be the right upper strut from bag straps 1 and 2. Those are in the upper left corner, as you're seeing them.
The duo exited the airlock this morning, starting the EVA at 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 a.m. Eastern Time, and now have translated to the starboard truss to the S4 worksite. Barron and Chari are now taking struts and brackets out of their stowage space and will begin the build out for the mount. The main focus will be on the installation of a 3A modification kit, but then they will then go to the S6 truss to tie back multi-layer insulation for spare battery charge discharge units.
Pitch knob has popped out, and working on 5 for the WIF-X extension.
Copy, 6 Golf 5. Those are your settings, and thanks for the pull twist test.
This is the 4th set of brackets, first one on the starboard side of the vehicle. A modification kit is the support structure needed for future iROSA or ISS rollout solar array upgrades.
Bracket right side, and that's the one to remember. You have that strut tab that needs to go under the mounting bracket guide. The pieces should be flush together.
You'll hear some acronyms today. I'm sure you've heard BRT.
Before I do the Golf 5, I'm thinking maybe I'll set up the APFR settings just so it's easier to reach it.
Okay, copy that. Settings 12, Tango Tango, Fox 12.
12 is set.
I got M13 and 14 hand started.
Okay, copy. M13 and 14. We're looking for 4 turns, and I've got PGT settings. Actually, you've already hand started them, so next you're going to retrieve the left upper strut from the bag, and that's the one on the right side, straps 3 and 4.
You'll hear acronyms today, just like spoken previously. Raja Chari mentioned his APFR, or articulating portable foot restraint, that will help him during the assembly today. The crew is at the proper work site and are starting the 3A upper bracket build.
And Raja and Kayla, I've got a warning for you here just about the strut builds. The misaligned or fractured pit pin spring may present a sharp edge. Inspect pit pins before actuating, please.
Roger.
Copy.
Okay, Kayla, and you're going to install the left upper strut L2 to the center pad L2. And then I've got PGT settings when you're ready.
Roger, I'm going to try to hand start M17.
Okay, copy. Just let us know how many turns.
The APFR is 12, Tango Tango Fox 12. I have not done the WIPX extension yet. I'm going to get my BRT right off there first. Untangle up my safety tether, then I'll work on the WIPX extension.
Okay, copy that. And for the APFR, please verify that pitch knob has popped out.
It did pop out. Yep, good news.
Good
Took
news.
a little bit of force.
Okay,
All right,
copy.
I'm hand started one turn on M17.
Copy, 1 turn M17. PGT settings are Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Roger.
You'll hear the duo today talk about their PGT, or their pistol grip tool. They'll use that to bolt and unbolt things today.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2 steps.
And Kayla, that's Bravo 1, Uno, Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Oh. Much better. Bravo 1, clockwise 2 steps.
That is a good readback. You are going to drive M17 to torque for a total of 7 to 9 turns. So we're looking for 6 to 8 more turns.
Via Kayla Barron's helmet cam.
I have 10 additional turns, black line flash, green light, 11.9 for torque.
Copy, 11.9 on the torque. 10 additional for 11 total turns, and the black line is flush. That is a good bolt to M17. Okay, now I know we just drove the bolt on the left upper strut, but once your PGT is put away, you can release the ret from the right strut. The ret from the right strut.
Understand. That works.
And Kayla, if you can see my safety pad, I think it's just one up above my helmet. I'll try to come down a little bit and clear it while I was rotating around the WIFX here.
I see it. It's kind of caught behind your L hip. Oh, there you go. That's clear. Just let it retract. It should tighten back up. And I
EV1, EV2.
Removing the ret from the upper right strut.
That is a good readback. And once that is off, you can install the center pad MLI and pit pin.
Installed, working on MOI.
Alright, WIFX and APFR are installed to the 5, and you know where you're at, Kayla, in terms of coming over there to help you.
Actually, nice job on the APFR and WIFX. Raja, we need you to pause. Just give your MEDOX a second, so just stand by and pause EV2. And EV1, will you repeat your last call, please?
Pins in place, MLI's in place, and I will move on to M1516.
Okay, now we're going to assemble the left upper strut to the mounting bracket. And so we want to install the left upper strut L8 to the mounting bracket left side. And again, make sure that same slide tab is under the mounting bracket guide.
We are currently in between satellites, but we should have signal back to the EVA shortly.
And Kayla, I have PGT settings for you when you're ready.
I've got 4 turns by hand on M15, and I'm going to see if I can get M16 and engage 1 turn, and then I'll go from our PGT.
Copy, 4 turns by hand on M15 and working M16 now.
Okay, I've got 1 turn by hand on M16. And I'm just going to reposition the triangle a little bit, and then I'll grab my PGT.
Copy, 1 turn by hand on M16. Standing by with PGT settings.
Ready for settings.
Okay, your PGT settings are Bravo 3, Clock 2. And we're going to drive M16 first.
Bravo 3, clockwise 2 steps.
And starting with M16, you're going to drive 16 and 15 to torque. You have a go.
Turn.
and M16 should be about 25 total turns, so 24-ish more. And Raja, how's your HAP doing?
That's right.
Copy, dry HAP, thank you.
Alright, I got a red light, low torque, 21.24 turn, and that matched my count of 22 turns. Figured I should try it again.
Okay, stand by. Copy, red light, low torque. And yes, with Bravo 3, clock 2, you have a go to hit it again. And copy 22 more turns for a total of 23.
Alright, I hit it again. Green light. 18.2 for torque. And I got maybe an eighth of a turn out of that additional hit.
Copy, green light, 18.2 on the torque, and an eighth of a turn for 23 and an eighth. And how's the black line doing?
Black line is flush.
Copy, black line is flush. You can move on to M15, looking for about 21 more turns, drive that one to torque.
Currently seeing views of Kayla Barron using that pistol grip tool. They'll be using it throughout today's spacewalk. And that is essentially a space drill that is used to help secure and release bolts during the spacewalk.
And then we can move over to help Kayla out, building the triangle.
Both look good. And go look you down. Copy, I'll start heading Kayla's way.
And, yeah, I guess we still have 2 bolts to drive.
And Raja,
it's pretty close, though.
Actually, yeah, you can stand.
Red light, and I got another low.
I'll stay here. I can start getting the APFR if you want.
Yeah, you can stay there and start working on ingress in the APFR. And Kayla, you stand by. You can go ahead and hit it again.
Red light, low torque, and that was okay. Okay, now I got a green light, 18.3 on the torque, and that was 0 additional turns.
And can we get the initial turn count and the black line?
Black line flush. Yeah, I hand started at 4 turns, and then we got 20 additional turns for a total of 24.
Copy, 20 additional for a total of 24. Green light, black line flush on M15. Okay, Kayla, you can release your ret from the left strut. You can release the ret from the left strut. All right, you can install the mounting bracket.
Get back to M1314.
You can install the mounting bracket MLI.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Mounting bracket MLI.
Okay, roger that.
Now 1 hour into today's spacewalk, recapping some of the milestones. The spacewalk began at 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 Eastern, when suits were switched on to internal power. Barron and Chari have now arrived at their workstation and have begun the upper 3A bracket build-out.
Okay, I think I'm in the APSR. Feels like there's something behind my left leg, though. I'll give you a chance.
Your safety cover is between your legs.
That's what it is. Okay. Can be a factor for up here when I come back, so I can fix it.
I agree. All right, about the MLI on the left side. Mounting bracket.
Copy that. Now we're going to go and torque the right upper strut to the mounting bracket. And I've got some PGT settings for M14 and 13 when you're ready.
For settings.
All right, you're looking for Bravo 3, clock 2. And you're going to drive M13 and 14 to torque in any order.
Green light, 18.4. Black line is flush, and that was 2-1 turn additional.
All right, on which bolt?
13.
M13, 18.4, 21 additional for 25 turns. Green light, black line, flush. You have a go for 14. And Raja, while you're up there, no sudden moves on the mass canister or the mod kit. Move slowly on the BGA. And maximum lateral loads are not a whole lot, so be gentle up there. Avoid cyclic loading. And do not impart forces into the mod kit struts when not fully installed. I'll give you guys a call when it's fully installed. And battery and adapter plate cables on the IEA are potential snag hazards.
Green line, right, black line flush, 18.4, 0 turns additional.
And I believe I copied 20 additional turns for 24 total green light and a black line that's flush. Okay, that's a good M13 and 14. Please verify, after you put your PGT away, verify the center pad MLI and pit pin.
Center pad MLI and pit pin look good, and the MLI on the mounting bracket side is in work.
Stand by on the other MLI.
Okay, stand by.
Yeah, just the center pad MLI and pit pin, and then you're going to move the long PGT. So once you've verified those.
Center pad MLI and pit pin look good, and understand need to grab the long PGT.
Okay, Kayla, actually, you have a go.
We're kind of on edge making that call whether to come over.
That's a best start.
There you go, ahead, Ike.
I was going to say, you can do that MLI now if you want to, or you can just leave it for Raja to do. So your choice, and then we're going to move the long PGT, the one with the 7/16 6-inch wobble.
For Raja.
Yeah, concur.
I do that. I'll leave it for Raja because it should be a little bit easier for him. And I'm working on the PGT now.
Okay, yep, you're going to move the long PGT from the strut bag to the right upper strut handrail, stanchion nearest the center pad. And there is a ret and adjustable in the bag that you can use. All right, Raja, don't worry. We're getting to you soon.
No worries. One thing I did notice, Ike, is I've got the ingress aid pulled back, but I can't actually push it down as I can't reach the knob to unlock it to get it to go down.
Okay, copy that. If you do want to compress it even just a couple inches, sometimes you can, as you twist,
pull it back, though.
Copy, pull back. Try twisting the handle a little bit, kind of yaw it as you push down. That might collapse it an inch or two.
I have to keep trying that, but not get much motion out of it.
Okay,
if I didn't have the mass caster here, I could bend over and do it, but I can't bend over without my helmet hitting the mass caster.
Okay,
All right,
roger
the long
that. And
PGT is in place.
okay, copy that, Kayla. And Raja, it's just a reminder that ingress aid, we're tucking it because we've seen it knock that BRT tab loose and dislodge BRT. So just be aware of that. All right, so we're going to set up to hand off the upper triangle so that we can install to the mass canister. Let's see. So now, Kayla, we're going to transfer the upper triangle with the PGT to EV2, and you can leave them on the bag. It's a ret in series.
So let me know when you got visibility on the triangle.
I can see part of it, but can't quite reach it yet.
I'm going to work on rotating it around a bit. To give you the right side first.
Just over 1 hour and 7 minutes into today's spacewalk, Barron and Chari are currently focusing on the build-out of the 3A bracket for the solar array modification kit. The new solar arrays, which are set to be delivered to the space station on upcoming commercial resupply service missions, are a larger version of the rollout solar arrays, or ROSA technology, and will ultimately increase the station's total available power from 160 kilowatts up to 215 kilowatts. We do have a special guest with us today on the line. Jeremiah McNatt is a photovoltaic technology lead. Hi, Jeremiah.
Hi, Shaniqua.
Pointing up. And so remember how this mechanism works. You're going to engage the left side first.
Thank you for having me on
It's up and
today.
down to engage it. If it doesn't slide all the way in, it's up and down a little bit till they engage, and then you're going to pivot it to the right to engage the soft dock.
Jeremiah, can you please explain to us what a photovoltaic technology lead is?
Certainly. I'm the photovoltaic technology lead at NASA Kayla Research Center, where we do a lot of research and development efforts for new photovoltaic devices through arrays.
Actually,
and
Kayla,
my role as the
we
tech
do the
lead
PGT,
is to
if you could
oversee
power cycle
all of the projects that we have that we're working on, look for new ideas and new concepts to start to pursue in the future, and then support flight missions such as what's happening with the iROSA arrays and with Gateway and Artemis to photovoltaic systems on the lunar surface.
That is amazing. And you did mention just now the iROSA solar arrays. Why are they important technology for us right now?
ROSA and the iROSA arrays are super important. As you said at the beginning, they're going to add more power to the space station. The ROSA arrays were developed over the past 10 years or so, and we've seen in the past couple of years a demonstration on space station, and they were just used on the DART mission. And the benefits of ROSA is that you can store a lot more solar array in a much smaller package. So the arrays that are being deployed with iROSA are about 20 kilowatts each, and they're stowed in one very small, compact rolled tube that can then be put into different commercial resupply vehicles. So a much easier way to get a lot of power up into space. We're going to continue that when we use them on Gateway, on the power and propulsion element, and also maybe on the lunar surface.
Okay, copy, Raja. Good job on getting that soft dock. I've got some PGT settings for you when you're ready.
That's awesome, Jeremiah. And I know you mentioned the Gateway. Can you explain a little bit about Gateway and how the technology that you guys are looking at now will help for future exploration in deep space?
Certainly. So I'll first talk a little bit about iROSA to Gateway.
Okay, and then it's going to be...
The iROSA arrays are around 20 kilowatt each. The arrays that are going to be on Gateway on the power and propulsion element are 30 kilowatts each. So a little bit larger, about 50% larger in size. And what's really unique and what's different between what's happening on Space Station and what's going to happen on Gateway is that when the power and propulsion element of Gateway is launched, those arrays will open autonomously. They'll open on their own. Currently, what people are seeing right now on Space Station is an adapter bracket is being installed, an installation bracket, and then later on, when those iROSA arrays make it up to Space Station, they will be deployed with support of the astronauts. For Gateway, they'll be deployed on their own and will provide power throughout that mission. The power and propulsion element is just one of the different components of Gateway. There's also going to be other modules that will attach to it. And while that's orbiting the moon, it's going to be a great stopping point and a stepping off point for astronauts to go to the lunar surface, to continue to do research on the moon, and then also eventually be able to be used to let us go further out, to go to Mars, and to continue to explore the solar system.
And that's amazing. Thank you, Jeremiah, for your time this morning. That's Jeremiah McNatt, the photovoltaic technology lead, going over some of the great work that these modification and iROSA solar arrays will help do on the International Space Station and our future with the Gateway. Thank you, Jeremiah.
Copy, 2 turns each,
Thank you.
5 through 8. And with the same PGT settings and 2 turns on all 4 bolts, now we can drive M5 through 8 to torque a minimum of 3 additional turns.
Okay, driving all 3 torque, that's 3 additional turns. Start with M5.
And an update, the crew is complete with the 3A upper bracket build task and are beginning the installation of the center pad to the mass canister.
But you guys are already getting some interesting lighting conditions up there. Just do what you got to do.
AM5, 4.7 additional turns, good green lights, and 3.1.
Copy. Was at 4.7 additional turns, green light on M5.
make 5.3 turns on M8, give green light 3.6.
Copy, 5.3 additional turns for 7.3 total green light on M8.
M6, 5.3 turns, good green light 3.8.
M6, 5.3 green light.
And M7, 5.1 turns, green light 3.7.
Copy, 5.1 additional for 7.1 total on M7 with a green light. That's a good M5 through 8. Okay, Raja, now you're going to transfer the long PGT with the RET and adjustable combo from the upper triangle to Kayla.
I'm getting in position for that, Roger.
And Kayla, you're going to stow that on your swing arm.
Okay. Once you get control of it, I'll take the other side of the RET off. It's above your head. Trying to put the socket down in front of you.
I got it.
All right. Once you have a RET out, let me know and I'll let go of this one.
I'm back. I've got a mini workstation right on it.
Okay. Coming back.
Okay.
It's back at the PGT.
Okay. Got it wound around the mounting bracket, right? So I'm just gonna work on undoing that.
Roger that, Kayla. Take your time, and that's going on your swing arm. And Raja, you're going to release the mounting bracket RET when you're ready.
Working on my swing arm here.
Mounting bracket RET's coming back to the bag.
All right, Raja, and we're a minute 45 seconds to handover. If you can verify the grounding pip pins, there should be 2 are installed into the grounding block, and the MLI for the left and right upper strut is closed. And I believe we left that left upper strut MLI for you to do.
I'm working on that right now. Both grounding pit pins are installed, and I'm just tightening the MLI now. And MLI is closed. I think I'm good to get out of the APFR. Is that correct? Like,
in just a second, yes. Verify the upper triangle is not rotated up.
It's not. It is down towards my waist.
Copy. And then once you're both able, we'll take glove, hap, and gauntlet checks from you, and then you can egress the APFR and adjust 25 seconds to a handover, and I'll catch you on the other side.
when I do this APFR egress, Kayla, I may need your
And EV1, EV2, Houston's back with you.
I got gloves. Same as baseline with the exception of there's some new smudging. It looks like maybe some of the labels on the struts are kind of rubbing off onto my gloves because I can see some mirror image letters on my fingers. But everything else looks good. My hat is dry. And my gauntlets are down.
Copy, dry hap, good gauntlets. And for EV1's gloves, you've got some smudging. You believe it's ink from the strut labels.
Good copy.
And for EV2, you've got a dry hat, gauntlets are down, and some smudges on my right pinky, ring finger, and index finger, and left ring finger. Just some like smudge marks.
Copy, dry hat, good gauntlets, and smudges on the right pinky, index, and ring finger, and left ring finger.
And with that, I'm going to egress the APFR if you're ready, guys.
You have a go to egress. And I've got...
I got eyes on your grinder. And be mindful of your safety feathers between your legs, so you may want to...
That's why I'm...
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we can see it in the camera view too. And so you may want to point your feet back toward your fair lead on the corner of the IEA and try to work it back between your legs into the front.
Move your heel outboard. I'll kick it back. Yep, there you go. Inboard. Yep, now it's back in front.
Thanks.
And it's kind of crossing over the right side of your body.
Now 1 hour and 22 minutes into today's spacewalk, recapping some of the milestones today.
I didn't know if you, I think normally you would have wanted the tether off your right side.
Yep. Let's go off my left.
So far today, the crew has gotten to their work site, completed a 3A upper bracket build out, and now has begun the installation of the center pad to the mass canister. They're currently doing a hap and glove check.
There you go. Off to your right now.
Thanks. That should be good now. Like I'm going to 12 Papa Hotel, 12 on APFR, and drinking the WIFX.
Yep.
Good APFR settings.
Upper left strut. Or section mid left strut.
And confirm, Raja, you said adjusting the WIFX extension to 1.
Correct.
Copy. And then, hey, before you get back in the APFR, if you want to run a fair lead down to that outboard aft corner of the IEA, that's off to your right. That may also help keep your tether in a good config.
Yeah, let me do that while I'm down there doing the APFR or the WIFX.
Perfect.
Good idea.
And then last one, and I'll remind you before you get back in, if you want to loosen the friction on the ingress aid a little bit, that might help you tuck it away. And copy, Kayla, I heard you say you're grabbing that left mid-strut, straps 12 and 13, bottom right side of the bag.
Ready to go.
Copy. And so just something for you guys to think over. He can ingress, and then you can pass it, or you can pass it to him, and then he ingress the APFR. Over to you guys. You are going to do a ret swap on that one to Raja's BRT.
We plan on the ingress. Over.
Copy. You said ingress before the handoff?
Affirm.
Currently in an orbital nighttime, we see Chari and Barron using their helmet lights to fully install brackets. Excuse me, we see Barron and Chari as they install the 3A center pad to the mast canister. The crew has completed the center pad install, and they are now moving on to the installation of the left struts.
We came up again, so when I'm done setting this, I'm going to go back and maybe put an adjustable down there.
Roger that.
We copy. Yeah, I see you loosening the friction on the ingress aid. Yeah, just enough so that you can push it down and it'll stay where you leave it.
All right, we got 12, Papa, Hotel 12. The lift X is back down to 1.
Copy. Those are good settings, and confirm the pitch knobs popped out.
They pop out, yep. I'm going to go work on trying to put this tether somewhere so it doesn't keep snagging on me.
Roger, you may want to give your waist tether a tug just to get it a little higher. You reel? There you go. I wanted to get caught behind you again.
Thanks. I popped off this handrail, so it's behind my legs, though.
It's crossing your body over your left knee right now. There you go. You should see it now coming around.
Tally, thanks. time to pause here. I can go ahead and put an adjustable down with this fairly.
If you like it, I love it. Yeah, sounds good.
All right, Kayla.
No problem. Worth the time.
Yep, take your time, Raja, and then if you could let us know the handrail that you put the adjustable on, or where you put it.
That's inboard recessed one.
The one just after.
42.
Say again, Roger.
242.
Is that 2242?
It's the place. Yep, yeah, it was the original one we were going to set. It's just I put an adjustable there instead of wrapping it around.
Copy, yep, an adjustable on 2242.
What eyes on you for the thin grass grinder?
Okay.
Watch that roll tunnel. Reels. Yeah, there you go.
Around here. I think the roll changed on me, did it? Cool.
Might be pushing the yaw pedal right now. There, it looks square
Yeah,
now.
it's all okay. Yep. I'll make sure.
Watch that yaw pedal.
Unfortunately, I made this ingress aid too loose now.
Yeah, Roger, and if you got to leave it rigid, that's fine. We'll just keep an eye on that VRT.
Well, it definitely gave you a hard time bending over before, so I want to stand that since just kind of have to bend over for those bolts and MLI.
Yep. And then just a reminder, Raja, not to use the mod kit for the APFR ingress or egress. Gotta say it.
No, understood. That's why it's taking me. Trying to avoid touching that triangle. Let me tighten it a little bit more here. Wait enough, I can still move it. I think I'm in on the right. No?
Right heel doesn't look locked into me. Might be in too deep. Maybe if it feels good, I have kind of a weird angle.
The left is in. Nope, you're right. The right's not quite in.
I don't think your left is in either. I think you have your toes in too deep.
Okay.
So you need to back the one you're going to actuate out before you rotate inboard. Maybe try wedging one toe and then working the other heel, and then circle back for the first one.
Okay.
And a little, if you're working your left, you might be in a little too deep, so back your toe out a little bit. You working your left foot right now?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah, you're in too deep, so I would start again with your heel out and up. Okay, now there you go. Now rotate inboard. Further, till it drops down. Almost there. Rotate further inboard. And you might need to back your toe out. Now rotate in. That's right.
Almost like my toe got wedged in there.
There you go. That's the roll pedal. I don't think anything's blocking you. I think your toes are
going in too deep?
Yeah, your toes are in too deep. So you need to keep your heel back, rotate your heel inboard till it drops down. Then come forward.
And hey, Raja, one other thing that helps to keep your feet flat to the boot plate, it's tempting to lean forward and look at your toes, but actually squat down a little bit, put some bend in your knees, and even slightly lean back, just a tad.
On my right side.
Okay. I don't have great visibility on it because of where your safety tether rail is, but I might be able to check once you think you're in.
Okay, I think the left's in.
That looks good, Brandon.
And right, I think I'm in too deep.
I agree.
I'm caught on my reel or something.
If you want, you could kick your reel out to the right with your foot. I don't think it's in your way. Your safety tether is between your legs again. You'd have to sweep your foot, your right toe inboard and behind it. You've got to cross more toward your left if you want to capture it, or maybe pull on your leaf tether. It's almost there.
under the boot plate, it seems like.
Yeah, you might be able to catch it with your right toe. If you move your toe towards your left foot. You're almost there. Yep, there.
If you're just joining us, welcome to Mission Control Houston. We're bringing you live coverage today of the 247th spacewalk in support of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. NASA astronauts Kayla Barron and Raja Chari have ventured outside the space station to assemble and install brackets and strut kits for upcoming solar array upgrades.
I've got pressure on the tops of my feet, but I think I'm mistaken for the top of the suit. I think it's actually the BSI, but anyways.
You're locked in now, though.
All right. And I'm collapsing.
Nice work, Raja.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Way to stick with it.
Go a little higher. This is going to get my BRT right on it.
Hey, firm, you're going to red swap and then stow that one on your BRT.
To recap some of the milestones, at 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 a.m. Eastern Time, NASA astronaut Kayla Barron and Raja Chari turned their suits onto battery power, marking the official start of today's spacewalk. They are currently working on the starboard forward truss at the 3A power channel. So far, they have successfully installed the upper brackets and center pad to the mass canister. They are currently working on the left struts.
All right, Kayla, looks like you're back to the bag, grabbing the left lower strut, straps 5 and 6.
Can work.
Ready for the lower?
And Raja, once you've got that mid-strut on your BRT and out of the way, tuck and, if you can, collapse that ingress aid.
Already done.
Copy. And now you're going to retrieve the left lower strut and pass that to Raja. And Raja, you want...
I've got my hands on the left lower.
And you're going to ret to the handrail nearest the clevis end of the left lower strut.
Yep, I've got that. It's the same stanchion that has the wire tie on it. And I've got control of it, and I've got my red on it.
I'm going to release the bag rep. It's released.
Okay.
Of the strut.
I have the strut.
Okay, Kayla, you can translate to the Saab launch bracket at the base of the mass canister left side. Hey, we're 5 minutes to sunrise. And then Raja, if you can verify the grounding pit pin is removed from the strut stow location.
The pin is actually in, if you can see my camera, so you want that out, correct? That we need to put that into the mounting bracket.
Hey, firm, we like it removed.
It's removed now.
Copy. Okay, Kayla, once you get to that Saab launch bracket, you're going to report the spherical bearing alignment, and remember that's a pitch point. Keep your fingers clear of the lower strut pad and BGA interface when you guys go to install this bolt.
It looks pretty straight to me.
Okay, we copy. That's good news. So now we're going to work together to install the left lower strut M21 to the Saab launch bracket.
Okay, Roger, if you want to start working the...
Coming towards you.
Very nice. All right, we need to go zenith. And if you could push your end a tiny bit toward the mass canister. Good right there.
Okay.
A little more zenith. Okay. Maybe, yeah, that's good for now.
Okay, Kayla, and you're going to hand start M21, 4 turns. And I've got PGT settings if you're ready.
And started 4 turns.
Copy, hand starting 4 turns on M21, and I've got PGT settings if you're ready.
It's already done 4 turns. And
Copy.
do I start driving now, or does Raja do his end first?
Yep, copy 4 on M21, and so we're going up to Raja.
Standing by. Copy.
Okay, we're going to...
PGT, looks like I'm doing Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Affirm, Bravo 1, clockwise 2, and 2 turns on M22.
Copy. So I'll use this PGT, it's going to count it.
And Kayla, you're going to PGT Bravo 7, clockwise 2 next.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2 set.
Okay, good count, 21.1 volts. Bravo 1, clockwise 2.
Affirm, Bravo 1, clockwise 2 for Raja. And this is that bolt that has the multiple diameters, and so you got to get the thinner part that threads through, and then the larger part has to come through. So there's going to, you can kind of wiggle to get that bolt all the way through the different brackets there. And then you want to put 2 turns on M22, Bravo 1, clock 2.
Okay, thin black line is flush, it comes 2 turns. Okay, 2 turns.
Copy, 2 turns on M22. And Kayla, we're going over to you now. We're going to drive M21 to torque. And again, it was Bravo 7, clock 2, so get in a good position.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2 set, and I'm going to start turn. And I got a low torque, but I wasn't in a great body position at the end there, so I'd like to give it another go, if you agree. Counted 9 turns.
Okay, I think I heard 9 turns with a low torque, and you have a go to hit it again.
And I got a green light, 25.4, and that was maybe half to 1 additional turn. And I'm going to get in a better position to tell you black line.
Copy, half to 1 additional turn, so I'm showing 13 and a half to 14 turns with a green light, and you're checking the black line now. Actually, we aren't in final torque yet, so the next thing you're going to do is socket swap the 2-inch socket off of your PGT to the torque wrench, and we'll final torque with the wrench.
Socket swap, good pull test.
Thanks for the pull test. Good socket swap. And now you're going to final torque with the torque wrench, and it should be set to clockwise and 60 foot-pounds. This is the untaped torque wrench. And we're looking for about one turn, and we want the torque wrench to break over twice.
Off. Line looks parallel and flush. There's maybe a tiny bit of metal still showing, so maybe not, like I would say maybe a millimeter.
Okay, the black line is a millimeter.
About a little over one additional turn.
A little over one additional turn, and about a millimeter between the black line and the bolt cam. Okay, stand by, we're checking. Okay, Kayla, and if you could check the gap between the strut boss and the bearing surface, and also give it a wiggle test.
Looks parallel with no gap, and good wiggle test, still secure to me.
Okay, we call that a good M21. And you can socket swap the 2-inch from the torque wrench back to your short PGT. And Raja, I've got PGT settings for you when you're ready.
Yeah, I've got throttle 1 clockwise 2 and ready for number turns and drive.
All right, you can drive M22 to torque.
The torque. Hey, M22, I had 6.9 turns, good green light, 12.0, and black line, flush, but from the parallax here. With the mirror, it's flush, maybe a half millimeter. I can try hitting it again.
Okay, 6.9 for a total of 8.9 turns. Green light, and you're saying a half a millimeter between the black line?
Yep. Yeah, that's, it looks like more from my angle, but when I put the mirror up to it, I'd say a half millimeter at max. Parallax on it. I'm trying to get a straight on look at it.
That's a good M22, Roger.
Socket swap complete. I did full test.
Copy. Thank you for that. Roger, you can show your PGT, and Kayla, please verify the lower strut MLI covering the lower strut pad.
Lower strut MLI is covering the pad.
I'm working the pit pin on this side.
All right, thank you. And you can install the grounding pit pin to the grounding block and then install the MLI. And Kayla, check your left and right safer handles down, and then you can translate to the mass canister left pad install location.
Okay, grounding pit pin is into the mounting brackets. And MLI is around the M22 bolt.
Okay, sounds good, and you can release the ret. That's to the left lower strut.
That's coming off the left lower strut.
Mike, I'll check my safer handles when I get up to the side pad.
I can see your right side is down. You're good on that side.
Thanks, Roger. Copy, Kayla.
Safer handle is down.
Thanks, Kayla. Left and right saber handles down. And Roger, when you have a free hand, you can grab that left mid-strut from your BRT.
And confirm I can take the locking pin out of it and start extending it.
Okay, yeah, you can release the middle grounding pin from the lock position. It's opposite the handrail. And then you can extend the mid-strut with the side pad towards Kayla.
I'm ready, Grinder. I got my BRT down.
All right, Kayla, and once you have that side pad, you're going to engage the right side first. Remember, it's a little up and down to engage that clevis, and then you're going to pivot it outboard to the left to engage the soft dock. And again, friendly neighborhood Fairchild fasteners here, so use caution, and you can hand start bolts M1 through M4, 2 turns.
I'm going to plan to use my PGT for these ones.
Copy that. PGT, it's the long PGT for M1 through M4. And then, Raja, over to you two on the sequence. But
can I get settings for that, Ike?
A-firm, Alpha 2, Clock 2, and we just go with the side pad first, and then we'll come back to Raja. So Alpha 2, Clock 2 for M1 through M4, 2 turns each.
Okay.
Are you holding this to me because I won't be able to reach it after you
Yeah,
grab it?
I will be able to get to it. I'm just biased a little left for the bolts here, but I can move over there. Turns on M1.
2 on 1.
Turns on M2.
2 on 2.
Turns on M3.
2 on M3.
Turns on M4.
Copy. 2 on all M1 through M4. And Raja, if you can install the left mid-strut L8 to the upper strut L8. If you need to pop a foot out, you can do so from the APFR. And then I've got PGT settings for you when you're ready.
Okay. I think I've got hand started, actually. Got 1 turn by hand.
Copy. 1 turn by.
Now 2 hours into today's spacewalk, recapping some of the milestones of today.
Okay, I got 2 turns by hand if that works. Otherwise, I can do it with the PGT.
Okay, Bravo 1.
At 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 a.m. Eastern Time, Barron and Chari turned their suits on battery power, marking the official start of today's spacewalk.
And this is on M28. You say you got 2 turns. You're going to drive M28 to torque.
M28 to torque. Sorry, I got ahead of you there. I was able to pop it through with my fingers and see the fastener come out the other side, so I didn't want to go my grip.
I hear you. Get it while you can.
All right.
The crew then translated over to the 3A work site on the S4 truss, where they have now completed the 3A upper bracket build, 3A center pad to mass canister, and they have just completed the left lower strut install. The iROSA mod kit is in a good minimum configuration, and the crew is continuing to be on time on the current timetable.
Copy. Thank you.
Yeah, M28 had 6.7 turns on the PGT. Good green light, 11.8.
6.7. Copy. Black line flush. 6.7 after your two hand start for 8.7 total turns. Black line flush on M28. Roger. You can stow your PGT, and Kayla, those same PGT settings we'll use to torque M1 through M4. Alpha 2, clock 2.
She's doing that. I'm going to put the pit pin in up here.
Alpha 2, clock 2 set.
Copy. You have a go to drive. Copy. M1 through 4 to torque. And Roger, you can install that grounding pit pin to the grounding block. One minute to handover. Roger, you can get a nice long glove check. We'll take a happen gauntlet check on the other side. And Kayla, you can drive M1 through M4 to torque at Alpha 2, clock 2.
M1, green light, 3.7, 4 turns.
4 turns, green light M1. $30 seconds to hand over.
Green light, 4 turns, 3.7 on the torque, M2.
M2, 4 turns, green light.
Little piece of metal sod right there.
Okay, we're back with you, Kayla, and can you repeat that call?
I see it.
Yeah, so M3 and M4 are both driven to torque with a green light. 5 turns on M3, 4 on M4. And there's a small piece of metal sod. It's like a kind of looks like a curved wire, like not quite a half circle. Like maybe it's a piece of a spring or a washer. And I first saw it near the side pad M3, but I didn't see it separate.
I didn't think it. It looked more like the same size spring. I can see your wire. It looks like that kind of thing. I don't think it was the back of the Fairchild fastener.
Yeah.
All right.
I had good checks on that bolt.
Okay. Can you guys verify that the pit pins are all still installed?
The side pad pit pin is installed.
Yep, and the the lower strut and the mid strut are installed. And I can see the upper strut to the center pad are installed as well.
Copy. And Kayla, being careful of any sharp edges there, if you could give a wiggle test on each of the bolts M1 through 4.
Recessed, so it's a little bit hard to get my fingers in there, but they do look flush. I didn't encounter any resistance while the bolt was turning, and I watched it engage, and I got good torque in light, and I don't think they're wiggling. They all look good to me.
Okay, copy. Thank you for that report. And I copied your M3 and 4 reports, 5 turns on 3, 4 on 4 with green lights on both. And you said a small half circle-ish piece of FOD looks like a curved wire or maybe a part of a spring, and you saw it initially near M3. And Kayla, do you see where that piece of FOD is now?
It floated toward Raja and then away.
Yeah, I tried to stop it with Michael all the minute, bounced station forward.
Copy. Thank you. All right, that's a good M3 and M4, good side pad install. Kayla, you can stow your PGT, and if you can reach it, you can release CV2's ret from the left mid strut.
Ready, Raja?
Yep.
That's released. My PGT is stowed.
Okay, copy. And
the mid-strut hip pins installed.
Thanks for that, Raja. And we'll take that glove hap and gauntlet check from you. And Kayla, you can verify the pit pin and the MLI are installed over the side pad.
Verified, installed.
My gauntlets are down. Still have a dry hap, and the only other new smudge is on my left thumb, a small little smudge. May have been there before I didn't notice it, but no other new.
Copy left thumb smudge for EV2.
I think I'm egressing the APFR and reconfiguring it. Is that true?
That is true. And Kayla?
I think I'm headed to get the torque wrench and PGT.
Affirm the short PGT and the torque wrench from S4 handrail 2240 and the torque wrench from the left lower strut. And you're going to bundle them together and take them to the strut bag. And Raja, one other thing, if you could power on your WVS. I think we saw it power off.
Okay. I'll push the button. It looks like the light's still off. I'll push it again. Still don't see a green light. Try it one more time. Okay, I see a green WVS light.
Copy. Good config. Thank you. All right, Kayla. So, yeah, you're grabbing that short PGT and that torque wrench from the left lower strut. You're going to bundle them and then attach them to the right lower strut, which is in the strut bag. Okay, Raja, and I've got APFR settings for you if you need them.
So I'll pop up Papa Charlie 12. I can just change the roll.
Good copy.
Your helmet's just right above the APFR. Okay. You're fine, but just so you know.
The crew is now complete with the left struts and are moving on to the right struts for the 3A installation. If you're just joining us, we're 2 hours and 12 minutes into the EVA, where the crew has gone to the 3A work site and has built an upper bracket build, as well as completed the center pass to mass canister install. And we have now completed the left struts and now on to the right for the 3A power channel. On your screen, you see EV1 Kayla Barron at the top of your screen, and you see Raja Chari in the articulated foot restraint. His suit is designated with no stripes, while Kayla Barron, EV1, has the red stripes.
Stand by a minute, driver.
Yeah, no problem. No rush.
I was actually going to just remind you where you wanted to put them, and then you can lock the PGT ret and or use the strut wire tie to stow the tools as needed. And then we'll take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check from you.
Got the ret locked and around the torque wrench kind of under the wire ties. Gauntlets are down. Up is dry. Checking out my gloves now.
Try have the gloves. Copy.
It's baseline. I don't remember if I saw this before, but there's a little bit of RTV wear below my right index finger.
Okay, copy. Was that?
That's come up.
Did you say below your index finger or on the right index finger?
Just below it, in the transition between like the pad RTV and the turtle skin RTV below it.
Okay, right index finger, and we've got a good video of that as well. Thank you. We copy. Right index finger RTV wear.
Raja, just because of your orientation, I can't tell for sure if your heels are in.
Yeah, I can't pull them up, so I've either wedged it so good or I'm in, but either
You
way.
look pretty secure to me.
Either way, I can't move.
What I can tell, you look like you're in.
Okay, Kayla. you're going to retrieve the right mid-strut, that's back straps 9 and 10, to transfer to Raja. And he's obviously a little farther away, so you're going to have to work together to get that handoff.
More of a blind handoff when we get those.
Yep, and you're going to stow that mid-strut on your BRT, doing a ret swap to the stanchion closest to the side pad.
Do you feel like you can lean a little to your left?
I can, yep.
I may have to see how far we get here.
Get to about, it's kind of oscillatory, like I come that way, and then the momentum, when you say come back the other direction, but I'll grab it out for the launching bracket, I can't hold myself in that direction.
I'm going to find this triangle here.
I can see it coming towards me. Wish I was taller.
Actually, taller may not help in this situation.
Got it?
I've got fingers on it. Okay, I've got contact. I've got control. When you get a red on it, then I'll send it back towards you to get the
Nice job. And you want to ret to the stanchion closest to the side pad.
Sweet.
Raja, it looks to me like you can probably reach the bag rat, and that might be easier if you feel like you can get it with your left hand.
Yep, I can do that. Coming back.
Go for it.
All right, nice job. Now, Kayla, you're going to retrieve the right lower strut to pass off to Raja when he's got a free hand. You're going to pass him you want the clevis bolts toward EV2. And that's back straps 7 and 8, right in the middle of the bag.
What are we doing relative to timeline?
If you want EV2, you're about 15 minutes ahead. Slow and steady.
Nice. Here.
Alright, ready for the lower.
And Roger, you're going to ret to the handrail stanchion closest to the clevis end of the right lower strut.
Okay. Can you tip it towards the back cap or towards the center? And then it's a little towards me. I've got a hand on it, don't have control yet. Now I've got control. And you said the handrail closest to the clevis?
Stay firm. Handrail stanchion nearest the clevis end.
And am I good to start translating around?
Once he does the red swap, you're going to have to release the bag red.
I've got my red on it, so back to you.
Yep, and then Kayla, you can translate to the mass canister right side solid launch bracket. We recommend going outboard of the mass canister to the radiator side, and please fair lead so that your tether stays off of the BGA. You can use S5 handrail 2102.
Diagrams removed.
I've got it.
And Raja, just a reminder, there's a PGT and a torque wrench on the bottom of this one, so you've got some tools down there as well that you're moving. Perfect.
I can see the spherical bolt from here. It looks flat. The right side.
Thank you for that. Right side spherical bearing looks flush. And then Kayla, you're headed over to the right side, side bolt, and same warning, watch out for the pinch point there.
Can you say again the handrail you want me to fairly on?
The recommendation is S5 handrail 2102. But the important thing is just if you keep your safety tether cable off of the BGA, there's quite a few options to do that.
Not fairly under the recommended handrail. Not sure if it'll stay as I'm translating, but I'll keep an eye on it. If it comes out, I will defairlead it.
Okay, we got it.
It stayed in place.
Good words, thanks. And Raja, if you can verify that the grounding pit pin is removed from the strut stow location. Copy.
Currently 2 hours and 23 minutes into today's EVA, we see Kayla Barron translating over to the right side of the 3A mast canister to help Raja Chari install the 3A right struts.
Alright, I'm just going to adjust my tooling real quick, Raja.
Yeah, that works.
Recapping some of the milestones today at 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 a.m. Eastern, NASA astronauts Kayla Barron and Raja Chari turned their suits on battery power, making their way out of the hatch to start today's spacewalk. They are currently on the starboard fore truss at the 3A power channel. They have successfully installed the upper bracket and center pad to the mast canister, as well as installation of the left struts. They are currently working again on the right struts for install. This is all for the modification kit.
Get a hand on that bolt.
Sounds good. Yep, and you're going to work together to install the right lower strut M19 to the Saab launch bracket.
This install will be for future iROSA or ISS rollout solar array upgrades.
And we want to,
Yep, I'll hold it there.
and we're going to start with 4 turns. I've got PGT settings if you want.
Alright, there's 4 turns by hand.
Copy. 4 turns by hand on M19. All right, so we're going to move over to Raja, and we're going to hand start the right lower strut L6 to mounting bracket L6. That's both M20, and we'd like 2 turns. I have PGT settings if you need.
2 turns.
Affirm.
If I can get it through the corner.
Yeah, and you've got some Sharpie marks there to kind of show you where the bracket should align, but it again is one of those multiple diameter bolts, so you got to get that wider shaft through multiple pieces of that bracket. And then 2 turns.
2 turns by hand.
Copy. 2 on M20. And Kayla, now we're going to drive M19. I've got PGT settings. Okay, you're going to do Bravo 7 clock 2 on the short PGT.
Bravo 7 clockwise 2 is set.
Okay, we're going to torque M19, expecting a minimum of 10 more additional turns.
I'd adjust my body position here once I see where the PG is. Turn.
Good read back. Bravo 7 clock 2.
Astra. And I'm experiencing a little bit of running torque, but it might be the angle I'm holding the PGT at. I'm going to double check that I'm right on here.
Okay, copy some running torque.
It was just close to the end there. And I believe I counted 8 turns there. Green light, 25.4 on the torque. And actually the PGT is telling me it was 7 turns.
Okay, copy 7 on the PGT, green light, 25.4. Okay, and now you are going to swap the 2-inch socket from the short PGT to the torque wrench, and we're going to final torque with the torque wrench again. All right, I'm showing 11 turns total, so we may expect more turns on the torque wrench. But we're looking for, again, breaking it over twice. Okay, copy, and maybe 3.5 turns on the torque wrench.
It's swap complete with a good full test.
Okay, thank you for that. And with the torque wrench, clockwise 60 foot-pounds, we're going to final torque, give us the turns, and looking for that wrench to break over twice.
Just so the PGT is not flying around, I'm an independent right now for the torque wrench, and I'm going to remove the adjustable between them.
Okay, copy. You've reattached the PGT, and you're going to disconnect the torque wrench and the PGT reds.
Working on this upper grounding dip pin. While she's doing that, this is at an odd angle, so I'm still struggling to try to get into the grounding block. I know it's only getting harder once you drop the bolt.
Copy. Yeah, it looks like that cable's got a little memory making it hard to line up. And you can go in from the other side, that other hole. As long as they both are in the grounding block, that's a good config.
Yeah, this one is facing towards me. I'm maybe for the mid-stress, and I think that's even harder to get around the corner with.
Okay, copy. Looks like that one. You got a good start on it.
Going the wrong way on the torque wrench. Not doing myself any favors there. And double check that it was going clockwise.
Okay, and about how many turns, Kayla?
Did 32 throws of the torque wrench, and it was about an eighth of a turn per throw.
Okay, so we copy about 4 turns counterclockwise, and now we've reset it to clockwise. So we're looking at maybe 7 or more turns. Kayla. Ike, back with you. Sorry about that, not giving you a heads up about the handover.
So, working the torque wrench. That was 120 throws, and I think it was still about an eighth of a turn per throw.
Okay, so
I'm counting.
yeah, somebody down here is going to do that math, but copy 120 throws, about an eighth of a turn each one. We're going to talk that over, and you got 2 breakovers on the torque wrench? Okay, take a breather, and when you're ready, we'll take those lower strut checks, the black line, the gap, and a wiggle test.
Line looks parallel and flush, no gap at the bearing. Wiggle test.
I just heard wiggle test. Kayla, confirm a good wiggle test?
Good wiggle test.
Copy, good wiggle test. That's a good M19. Nice work there. Take a breather. You can leave the short PGT and the torque wrench on the right lower strut handrail. And when you're ready, verify that MLI covering the lower strut pad. Roger, I've got PGT settings for you when you're ready.
Got number 1 clockwise 2, if that's still good.
That is a good readback. You can drive M20 to torque, looking for a minimum of 5 more turns.
The M20 to torque, looking for 5 turns.
Can I go to head up toward the side pad?
We'll take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check, and then you do have a go to translate to the mass canister right side pad install location.
Got a low torque light, 7.8 with 4 turns. You want to hit it again? I think it's a better position here.
4 additional for 6 total, and a low torque light. Hit it again, please.
Bravo 1, clockwise.
And Kayla, for you, we recommend...
Gloves, same as last report.
Okay, dry hat, good gloves.
Gauntlets down.
And good gauntlets. And we recommend you go outboard 1 handrail to 2123 and then transfer to the mass canister handrail. Go ahead, Roger.
And a quarter turn, good green light, 11.8. Back line is maybe a half millimeter from being flushed. And for total turns, it was probably closer to 2.5. I did the initial hand start in retrospect versus 2. If that helps with you, anything.
Copy. Initial hand start was closer to 2.5. You got 4 additional, and then you got 1 more quarter turn. So I'm showing, again, somebody's going to do that funny math. It's 6.5 plus turns with a good green light, and the black line is a half a millimeter. Good M20. Good M20. You can stow your PGT and release that right lower strut ret.
pit pin is in.
We know you got the pit.
MLI on the upper strut here. The red is released.
Perfect. Good red. Did you say the MLI is in work and the pit pin we heard you install? We'll take a glove, hat, and gauntlet check when you're done, and then we'll start on the right mid-strut.
Yeah, dry hat and gauntlets are down, and no change on the gloves.
Copy, good glove, hat, gauntlets. Okay, when the two of you are ready, Roger, you can grab the right mid-strut from your BRT. Release the pit pin from the locking position, and when Kayla's ready, you can extend that side pass toward her.
Ready?
All right, Kayla, and the same as the other side, you're going to engage the clutch on the inboard side. As toward the top of your head, you're going to have to go a little side to side, which is station up and down to get those teeth engaged, and then you'll pivot it toward your feet, station outboard to engage the soft dock. Very nice. And when you're ready, you can either hand start or use the PGT, the long PGT, to put 2 turns on M9 through 12.
We'll use the PGT, and I'm ready for setting.
Alpha 2, clock 2. And 2 turns on M9 through 12.
And turn. And adjust my body position a little bit here.
Okay, copy that. And did you get 2 turns on one of the bolts?
And 10.
2 on 10.
Turn from 9.
2 turns on 9.
Turn from 12.
2 on 12.
Turn from 11.
Copy, 2 on 11. That's 2 on M9 through 12. Raja, over to you. We're going to install the mid-strut L7 to upper strut L7. Maneuver in the APFR as required, and I've got PGT settings for you when you're ready.
I'm looking at M24 bolt. Is that going into L7?
That is it, M24. And you're going to drive M24 to torque with Bravo 1 clock 2.
I can hand start it if that works.
Over to you.
I'm going to hand start it just to keep it in as soon as I got it started.
Sounds good.
There's 2 turns hand started, and Bravo 1 clockwise 2.
Copy. 2 turns hand started, Bravo 1 clock 2. Good readback. You can drive M24 to torque.
Now 2 hours and 45 minutes into today's spacewalk, Raja Chari is currently installing a mid-strut to the upper right strut, previously installed to the 3A mass canister.
Looks like 4.5 turns. I had a low torque, so I can hit it again. Red light looks flush, black line.
Copy. You can hit it again, 4.5 for a total of 6.5 with a low torque. Go to hit it again.
Good green light, maybe a quarter turn, 12.0. Like 0.4 turns, what PG?
Good green light, and I heard you earlier say the black line is flush. All right, it's a good M24. You can stow your PGT. Say again, Kayla?
You broke up on your last call, so we might have missed something you said.
Okay, that's a good M24.
And I'm looking for a go to drive M9 through 12.
You can drive M9 through 12 the torque.
M9, 4 turns. Torque 3.7 with a green light.
Green light, 4 turns on M9. And Raja, if you haven't already, you can install the pit pin to the grounding block.
Pit pin's installed.
5 turns on M10, green light, 3.6 on the torque.
M10, 5 turns, green light.
The NLI is installed as well, so that I can reach NLI on the bus rack.
Green light, 3.7, 4 turns on M12.
4 turns, green light, M12. And stand by on the MLI there.
Getting a good spot for M11. About 4.5 turns on M11. 3.7 on the torque, green light.
Copy, M11, 4.5 turns, green light. We're 3.5 minutes to sunset. Okay, Kayla, once you put your PGT away, you can release EV2's rest from the right mid-strut and then verify the MLI is covering the side pad clevis.
MLI is covering the side pad clevis, the pit pin's in place, and in work on Raja's rest.
Copy. And then verify the middle locking pit pin. You can't reach the Kayla, and so I've got PGT settings, and we're going to drive collar bolts M25 and 26. We're looking for Bravo 7 clock 2 with the long PGT.
Kayla Barron.
A firm. That's a good read back. And you're going to drive bolts M25 and M26 to torque.
NASA astronaut Kayla Barron currently being seen on screen with a PT designated EV1 with the red stripe. She has her pistol grip tool where she's driving 2 bolts on the mid-strut collar.
And Kayla, just a reminder, we do have that shorter socket if that would help for reach as an option.
Alright, 5 turns, green light, 25.5.
Copy, 5 turns, green light, and which bolt?
That was M25.
On M25, 5 turns, green light.
Now on M26. Alright, that was 4 turns on M26 with a green light, 25.4. But I'm still seeing, I don't know if this is still a check, but that tab is still wiggly and it didn't look like it really closed up on the M26 side.
Copy, not concerned about the tab, but we got 4 turns and a green light on M26. Stand by, we're talking it over.
It looks symmetric with the other side.
Okay, that might have been parallax for me. Roger's saying the gap looks parallel.
Copy, thanks for those words. The gap is parallel. Okay, we're going to continue. And so, Kayla, we're going to have you ratchet with the PGT. And we're going to set it to ratchet clockwise. Check the MTL to 30.5.
And then ratchet clockwise, and MTL is in 30.5.
Okay, we're going to manually ratchet M25 and 26 to torque. We're looking for 2 pops on each one.
Figure out my best body position here.
Copy. It is, and you holding the very top over the display with one hand and the bottom underneath the battery is one great position. And you can also counter the torque doing that if you're able to reach it that way. We are 1:45 from a handover.
Did you get any leverage on this? Oh, there's one pop.
Copy, we heard 1 pop, and we just a reminder, we have that shorter socket if you think that'll help. Two good pops.
The right struts have been installed. The crew has begun torquing down the adjustment collar bolts, and the crew is currently 25 minutes ahead of the timeline.
quick light on the phone, and it came off safe.
And Raja, did you call?
Don't just stop in the Kayla.
One pop.
Copy, 1 pop, and we're 10 seconds to a handover.
Two pops.
Done.
Copy, 2 pops, 25 to 26.
The next thing is
Alive and wire side.
yeah.
All right, Kayla, back with you. And did you get any additional turns on 25 and 26?
This day, really, I was throwing the PGTs, the butt of the PGT, maybe an eighth of a turn, probably 4 or 5 times.
Okay, so maybe a half a turn, somewhere in between a quarter and a half a turn. And is that on each? Okay, we copy. Thank you. You can reset your PGT to motor. Verify MTL is still 30.5.
I can still get it, so I'll reset it to motor next time I get it out. I go to install the piston.
Okay, your last call was quite choppy. Yes, you can release the folded MLI and install the middle pit pin in the final location, routed under the same side of the MLI as the lanyard anchor. And Raja, now that the right collar bolts are driven to torque, you can close the mid-strut mounting bracket MLI.
We may have a problem with this pit pin.
Hey.
Push it back.
And it should actuate pushing or pulling. Go ahead.
Stop at night because I think the washer and grounding washer has like pushed too far, like it's overextended, so I think that it should be above the ball bearing, like all of the pieces. It's below the ball bearing right now. Is that how it should be? Oh, and it just came apart.
Yeah, we agree with your assessment that it should be above. Stand by.
Pit pin just came apart,
Yeah.
Got some of it, but not all of it.
The washer and the grounding, that piece is still there, but the piece, like the ball bearing, looks like they came off. Washer is free.
I don't know that. Sorry.
We copy. Thanks for that description.
So let me tell you what I've got here. I lost the washer in the middle. I got the lanyard. Actually, that washer might have been the retaining washer at the end. The pieces I've got remaining, I've got the spring, kind of a thick metal washer, and then the lanyard back on above the pit pin. I think we lost the washer that was on the end. And that had like popped over the defense and was jammed. And when I was trying to push it back on, it came apart.
I think electrically you'll still be good when you install that.
And the Kayla confirmed that when you install the pit pin, the lanyard will still be connected, right? So I think we're missing a piece, but it should still function. Would you agree?
So I installed it just because that was the best way. Sorry, something in my throat. The best way to keep it from getting lost. And
Copy, it's installed.
What I see is I have the receptacle, then the lanyard, then the washer, the thick washer, and the spring.
Copy, receptacle, lanyard. And do you think that it will stay in?
Yeah. I think,
Can I ask if you have my HECA view of it?
yeah, I'm wondering if you guys can see it on my HECA. Yeah, I do think it'll stay in. I just need to be careful not to pull on the ring and pull it out.
Yep, don't pull on the ring. We can see it in your HECA. It does look like it's installed, and we've got a couple questions just to see if it's going to serve its function. So we're talking it over. Give us a second.
Keeping the parts that were on there.
I tried to catch that washer, but I think I had no chance.
All right, EV1, EV2, we're going to continue. The pin is installed. We'll leave it installed. That's a good config. And so you've released the folded MLI, installed the pin. You can now close the MLI around the collar bolts.
Can you reach that, Raja?
Yep. That's almost good. There we go. There's no more slack on that end. All right. Over the cam on the side, so you can pull it back your way if you need to.
Now 3 hours and 3 minutes into today's spacewalk, recapping some of the milestones for today. NASA astronauts Kayla Barron and Raja Chari switched to battery power at 7:12 a.m. Central Time, 8:12 a.m. Eastern Time. They got over into their work site on the starboard fore truss at the 3A power channel. So far, they have successfully installed the upper brackets and center pad to the mass canister, as well as installed the left and right struts. They are currently inserting clamps as well as covering brackets with the multi-layer insulation.
Confirm I'm going for a short wire tie.
I'll have to give you one of mine.
I think I have enough that I can do this side, Raja. Oh, yeah, you're right. You do have to give me one.
Yeah, because otherwise you'll be short on the other side when I'm doing the bag.
Are you with us, site?
Yeah, I'm with you. And I hear you guys talking about the wire ties, so you're going to install them on the telescoping end, one near the mid-strut collar and one near the clevis end.
Just confirm it's a short wire tie.
A short wire tie on both A-firm.
And I'm going to give her one off my BRT. I don't have the reach, kind of like we saw in the EVAT run, to be able to get to it. So I'll pass off one of my shorts to Kayla.
Copy that. EV2 passing off a short wire tie to EV1.
One install on the 3/2 twist. Get a little closer to you, Raja, and then okay, good. Let me grab the right.
Copy the collar side wire ties installed.
Right off.
Okay.
All right, Kayla, working on the second wire tie, and Raja, you can egress the APFR and retrieve the short PGT and the torque wrench from the right lower strut.
The ratchet. Okay.
Yeah, twist on the second wire tie.
Copy, second wire tie installed. All right, so now we're going to work on the left mid-strut adjustment collar. So you can translate to the left mid-strut adjustment collar bolts.
I'm picking up the fair lead off my safety tether first, so I don't think I want that anymore.
Hey, firm, you can grab that off of 2242. All right, Kayla, very similar to the other side, we're going to, once you're in position, verify that middle locking pit pin can reach the receptacle, but do not install.
It's called a bustier.
A bustier?
Yeah.
Ah, that sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sounds great.
Bustier, obviously, to enhance
The bust?
the bust line, yeah.
Well, it's French.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's very attractive.
Thank you.
Again, it's pretty tight. Hard to verify without attempting to install it.
Okay, so one thing to
I am feeling cautious about tugging on it too much because of what happened with the last one.
Yep, good idea. And just make sure you're routing it along the side that it is anchored on at the handrail. So just check the base of that cable and make sure you're routing it from that side.
And one challenging thing about the fit check is the MLI is still in the way.
And you can release the MLI.
Accordion to MLI.
You can release the MLI. Okay, based on what we've seen in your video, it looks close enough to us, so you can, we have a go to continue.
I agree.
All right, so I've got PGT settings for you, and we're going to drive collar bolts M30 and M29. And Raja, you're going to take that PGT and torque wrench to the strut bag and verify that EV1's spare lead is still in place, that it's not in the way when you go to repack the strut bag.
I got my PGT in hand.
Okay, your settings are Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
I'm back in motor. And Bravo 7, clockwise 2 left.
All right, with a long PGT, you can drive both M29 and M30 to torque. And Raja, once you get there, you can repack the strut bag, and if required, stow that GoPro.
That was 3 turns, but I got a red light and low torque. And Raja, the GoPro's still tethered to the bag. Okay. You just tuck it in.
Copy 3 turns with a low torque. You have a go to hit it again.
Green light, but I still... It said low torque, but I do have a green light, no red light. Torque 21.6. I think it's a little low, like.
Copy, and how many more turns?
That was 1 additional turn.
Copy, 1 additional for 4 total turns, and which bolt?
That was M29.
Copy, on M29, we got a green light. You said you also saw low torque?
Yeah, there was a low torque message, but then it cleared and the green light came on. And the actual torque is 21.6. Programmed is 5.5.
Okay, copy. You can move on to M30.
Step back, I can see her tether on the other side of the floor, probably IEA, so I think we're good. Can't see the rest of it, it's dark.
As long as you think you can stay clear, Raja, you can stow the short PGT and torque wrench in the strut bag, and then we will take an inventory of the strut bag.
And that was 6 turns on M30s. Green light, torque is 25.4.
M30 green light, 6 turns on M30. Okay, Kayla, we're going to ratchet again, ratchet clockwise, and verify MTL 30.5. Reminder, we have the 2-inch rigid socket if desired, and we're looking for 2 pops on M29 and M30. And any additional turns as well, please.
I'm just going to call out Go from inboard to outboard of the strut bag. Tell you what I've got, okay?
That works. We are ready for the inventory.
M29.
2 pops on 29.
Pops M29, that was about one additional turn. And on to M30. Are you ready?
Alright,
Copy.
on one internal bag, I've got two small reps. One small rep going to a PGT. That PGT also has an ADT on it. The other small is going to the torque wrench. And that is connected to the same ADT as the PGT. That strap. Internal center point hotel, and a small rep with a hammer, and then an adjustable with the GoPro. Internal D-ring number 11 has two small reps on it. One of them is a pit pin. Internal D-ring Echo has two small reps. Internal D-ring India has one small rep with a tape torque wrench and sag strip. And internal D-ring Juliet has 2, 3 small reps, and one of those small reps has another small rep attached to it. So 4 total, 3 attached to the D-ring. Anything.
Pops M30.
2 pops M30. Any additional turns? Kayla.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous les amis, j'espère que vous allez bien. On se retrouve aujourd'hui pour un tout nouveau live sur la chaîne. On réitère aujourd'hui avec Astra qui, on espère, va tirer pour aujourd'hui la mission S4 Crossover, le 9e lancement, la 9e tentative d'Astra depuis la création de l'entreprise. Je ne suis pas tout seul pour courir ce lancement. Je suis accompagné de Lucas, comme
et
hier.
Salut les petits potes, j'espère que le son est bon, j'espère que tout est bon parce que on a fait un autre live avant et il a fallu tout synchroniser en même temps, enfin bref, galère, mais j'espère qu'on est bon. Et j'ai l'impression qu'on est bon, en tout cas, à part le son de l'intro apparemment qui n'était pas bon, mais bon, c'est pas très grave. Tant que vous nous avez, nous, Alex, si tu peux me faire un petit retour toi si t'es sur le live aussi.
Je vais écouter. Moi on m'entend en tout cas, je vais voir avec toi si on t'entend.
Je pense qu'on est bon.
C'est bon, on nous entend, c'est bon, j'ai fait un check.
C'est parfait.
Donc ouais, comme disait Lucas, on vous a couvert juste avant l'EVA numéro 79, extérieur de l'ISS, qui se déroule encore, hein, toujours à ce moment même. Et on a vu un truc assez fou tout à l'heure.
Ouais, grave.
Donc entre Raja Chari et Kayla Barron a pris un impact de micrométéorite derrière sa combinaison au niveau de la zone où sont situées les réserves d'oxygène pur. Donc j'espère que ça va pas compromettre la fin de la sortie, mais ça a l'air d'aller, donc tant mieux.
On a bien vu l'impact, c'était assez impressionnant, mine de rien. Écoutez, ce qu'on peut faire, en attendant la webcast, là, je vais vous mettre le VA.
Moi je vais mettre NSF à gauche pour nous prévenir dès que ces derniers auront lancé leur flux.
Voilà, donc on vous a mis, comme ça on continue de suivre la sortie extravéhiculaire en cours, en ce moment en direct. Et puis on va vous introduire un petit peu le live d'aujourd'hui, même si pour la plupart je pense que vous étiez là hier, en espérant qu'aujourd'hui ça parte. On va aller checker la météo ensemble, on va aller checker tout ça. Donc, donc voilà, mais ouais, l'image de tout à l'heure, Pierre, t'as pris un screen, non?
Oui, c'est dans partage photo qu'on peut retrouver ça.
Alors attends, vous savez quoi, je vais vous montrer.
C'est très impressionnant.
Je vais vous montrer parce que pour le coup, en fait on a vu ça sans faire gaffe. Alors attends, partage photo.
En attendant, j'ai juste réglé quelque chose sur le Nightbot du coup que je peux enlever. Hop.
Regardez, je vous montre ça là. Tac, hop, hop. Et tac. Allez, je te remets là. Et du coup, l'impact. Voilà.
Les marques de
en bas de
vol
partage
populaires
photo.
ne veulent pas que vous connaissiez cette colle UV abordable. Il peut vous aider à créer un lien très résistant avec n'importe quel matériau en quelques secondes seulement.
C'est quand même très impressionnant, moi j'ai jamais vu ça.
C'est si facile à utiliser que tout le monde peut s'en servir. Ce qui est génial, c'est que vous n'avez pas les doigts collants ou qu'il n'y a pas de renversement lors des réparations.
Vous avez les replays de l'impact. Lucas va essayer de vous montrer au maximum. Non, Olivier, faut pas.
Qu'est-ce
qui se passe? J'ai une pub qui s'est lancée.
Les plombages et les appareils dentaires.
Je sais pas où.
C'est là qu'il a découvert un nouvel intérêt pour cette technologie.
Faut pas confondre politique et spatial. Ça n'a rien à voir. Si.
Ah, est-ce que la webcam s'est lancée, non? Ah non.
Chez NSF?
Ah, attendez, j'ai un problème de son. Ah, je sais pas d'où ça vient. Ok. C'est bon.
Ce qui m'énerve par contre, c'est que ça met pas ce que je voulais.
Voilà. Alors j'ai l'image à vous montrer. Tac, regardez, je vous montre. Donc vous voyez, on a eu un gros impact sur le dos. Ça c'est pas normal, hein. C'est clairement un impact. On a même un petit deuxième à côté. Mais ça les a pas empêchés d'arrêter la sortie extravéhiculaire. Donc je pense que ça doit pas être bien grave. Mais c'est quand même impressionnant. On voit l'impact, ça c'est vraiment un micro grain de poussière qui a fait ça. Mais elle a dû le sentir, hein. Elle a dû le sentir, mine de rien. Donc c'est assez badant quand même, voilà.
Le temps est comment par rapport à hier? Je pense que Lucas va regarder sur Windy si on a autant de vent qu'hier. Hier on avait beaucoup de vent et on avait une météo rouge, donc ce qui a fait que ça a été annulé, ça a été scrub.
On va regarder ça.
Moi j'ai mis la webcast à gauche comme ça, dès que ça débute, on sera good.
On va regarder ça. Pour ceux qui connaissent pas le lanceur, la Rocket 3 d'aujourd'hui de chez Astra, vous avez la fiche technique du lanceur en description sur notre site internet. Donc n'hésitez pas à aller checker. Alors pour le vent, alors il a complètement tourné et c'est à notre avantage parce que du coup il vient de la terre. Donc il est vachement freiné par la côte. Et du coup on a 2 nœuds de vent au sol là pour le moment. Donc c'est plutôt cool. Et pour le vent d'altitude, alors si on se met à 3000 mètres, on a 8 nœuds, donc c'est que dalle. Ouais, et ensuite en haute, un peu plus de vent qu'hier, par contre en haute altitude. Mais ça va, c'est pas déconnant, 46 nœuds à 13 km. Écoutez, ça a l'air plutôt pas mal. Le ciel est dégagé. Bah écoutez, la météo a l'air beaucoup plus favorable qu'hier déjà.
Si on a un beau lever de soleil, ça serait chouette.
Punaise, il est énorme l'impact. Ouais, l'impact est vraiment impressionnant. Moi, je suis assez choqué de voir ça là, mais
ouais.
Ça a pas l'air de compromettre la mission. On les voit, hein, ils sont toujours en train de travailler. On voit vraiment bien qu'ils sont au socle du panneau solaire, d'un des montants des panneaux solaires de la station. Vous savez qu'ils sont rotatifs. Ils sont à son socle. Ils ont accroché une grande tige tout à l'heure. Ils ont passé des axes à l'intérieur aussi, on a vu. Et on les a vus finir de visser avec leur visseuse.
Ouais, leur visseuse de l'espace. Leur PGT, on appelle ça des pistol grip tool.
Ils sont beaucoup en mouvement hein, pour les sorties extravéhiculaires, ils bougent beaucoup moins. Là, je trouve que depuis tout à l'heure, ça se balade pas mal.
Okay, Kayla, yes. We would like you to head over
Ah,
once
c'est,
you're done
il a
with
sorti
this,
l'appareil
we'll
photo.
verify that these collar bolts are both nicely tucked in.
Et on voit bien le miroir. Hein.
To the right side.
On voit très bien le miroir qu'il a sur le poignet. Petite question d'ailleurs pour vous dans le chat, à votre avis, à quoi sert ce miroir?
Ah oui.
À part se
Très bonne question.
à part se recoiffer, bien évidemment, hein. C'est important, mais à part ça.
Très bonne question, Lucas, que tu poses. Non, Olivier.
Ah non, parce que ça fait plus. Il est plus gros qu'une pièce de 2 euros, donc ils peuvent pas.
Et puis là, c'est pas une vitre qui est impactée, mais un thermo-isolant, enfin je sais pas comment on peut appeler ça, mais...
Là, la combinaison, en tout cas cette partie-là de la combi, on pourra le jeter. L'impact a eu lieu dans le dos. Dans le dos, et on sait pas exactement quand.
Left MLI and wire ties installed.
Alors c'est pas vraiment pour voir derrière.
And before you leave the left side, if you could verify that the MLI is covering the side pad clevis.
C'est pas vraiment pour voir derrière eux, non.
Non. C'est pas pour voir ce qui se passe derrière.
Quoique ça, ils peuvent s'en servir pour voir derrière, mais c'est pas l'utilité principale du miroir.
Non.
Pour les réglages de la combi. Eh ben oui, exactement,
Ouais.
Adrien.
Tout à fait.
Ils peuvent pas, en fait, avec le scaphandre, ils peuvent pas regarder leur ventre comme je suis en train de le faire là. Et en fait, sur leur ventre, ils ont tout un ordinateur de bord sur lequel ils peuvent régler plusieurs choses. Et en fait, du coup, le miroir leur sert à voir sur leur torse ce qu'il y a décrit. Comme ils peuvent pas se baisser. Tout simplement.
Ils ont la gestion de leur température, la radio, des communications qui est sur leur torse, et tout est à l'envers, et grâce au miroir, ils voient tout ça à l'endroit pour actionner les commandes convenablement. Voilà.
Voilà, donc 2 lives en même temps, hein, la sortie extravéhiculaire et le lancement. On espère ce soir de la voir partir, cette Rocket 3 d'Astra qui nous fait transpirer, hein, qui nous fait patienter et qui nous rend fous, on va pas se cacher. Rocket, on va en parler un petit peu parce qu'on est quand même là pour ça aussi. Une roquette, donc un micro-lanceur, on appelle ça une petite fusée composée de 2 étages, 2 parties. Hein. Alors le nombre d'étages n'est pas en fonction de la taille de la fusée. Je vais baisser un peu par contre. Je vais peut-être juste baisser un peu les coms du centre de contrôle. Voilà. Donc je disais, la tête de la fusée n'influence pas sur le nombre d'étages que porte la fusée, parce que vous savez bien que la Falcon 9, qui est une fusée beaucoup plus grande, hein, 71 mètres de haut, elle a 2 étages. Ici la Rocket 3 qui fait que seulement 11 mètres de haut a aussi 2 étages. Donc le nombre d'étages, ça n'a rien à voir avec la grandeur de la fusée. Donc ici 2 étages, premier étage, donc on appelle ça entre guillemets le booster, mais là c'est pas vraiment un booster, hein, c'est le premier étage, composé de 5 moteurs Delphin, qui marchent comme la Falcon aussi, avec des ergols qui sont de l'oxygène liquide mélangé avec du kérosène, voilà, du RP1. Voilà. Ensuite, deuxième étage, donc vous avez là juste à côté d'Alex, hein, au niveau où c'est marqué Astra sur la fusée, vous avez le second étage, voilà, avec encore 2 réservoirs d'oxygène liquide et de kérosène hyper raffiné, surmonté d'un moteur adapté pour le vide d'une seule tuyère. Et puis au-dessus, vous avez une petite coiffe. Et dans cette coiffe-là, vous n'avez absolument rien aujourd'hui, parce que c'est un vol test de communication avec les systèmes de séparation des étages. Donc pas de charge utile, pas de client cette fois-ci. Hein. La dernière fois, je vous rappelle qu'il y avait des clients dans la fusée qui a pété. 4 nanosats, là heureusement il n'y en a pas, et on va voir si ça marche. Déjà, il faudrait que ça décolle. Donc quand on parle de cette fusée, évidemment on pense échec, parce qu'il y a eu beaucoup d'échecs avec cette fusée. Il n'y a eu qu'un vol réussi, hein. Ils ont atteint qu'une seule fois l'orbite sur 5 ou 6 lancés, si je ne m'abuse. J'ai aucune fiche en face de moi, depuis tout à l'heure je parle à la volée.
Je peux te dire, moi, je vais te dire.
Donc si tu as les chiffres exacts quand je parle, puisque...
Je vais te dire ça tout de suite.
Les outils sont les mêmes sur Terre. Non, on a vu tout à l'heure les visseuses par exemple, qui sont très particulières. Elles ont plein de fonctions qu'on n'utilise pas sur Terre. Déjà, les visseuses, on peut régler le couple. Vous savez que des visseuses, c'est en newton. Alors attendez, là je m'embarque encore dans des trucs, mais le couple d'une visseuse, je crois que c'est en newton.
Le couple, c'est en newton mètre.
Merci. Ouais. Sur certaines visseuses, vous pouvez aussi régler le couple, mais alors sur celle-ci vraiment, et en fonction des boulons qui serrent et des indications qui est au sol, parce que vous savez que ce qu'ils sont en train de faire là sur l'ISS actuellement, c'est quelque chose qu'ils ont répété plusieurs fois en piscine sur Terre.
À l'entraînement.
Ils savent exactement ce qu'ils font. Ils savent qu'au bout de 3h22 de sortie, ils seront sur le boulon T14 du bras articulé 28B, et avec un réglage sur la visseuse d'un couple de, je sais pas moi, 290 newtons. Enfin, je dis n'importe quoi, mais c'est pour vous donner des exemples. tout est rodé à la seconde près, plus ou moins. Évidemment, après, on peut rendre du retard sur la sortie ou de l'avance, hein, selon les péripéties ou justement les réussites. Mais voilà, tout est extrêmement bien rodé. Les outils, il y a des outils qui sont conçus pour une sorte de boulon, par exemple. Ils ont une caisse à outils avec eux qui transportent, qui est attachée à eux. Et voilà, donc les visseuses, j'ose même pas imaginer le prix d'une des visseuses, ça doit être un truc assez exorbitant.
Mais du coup, pour revenir à ce que tu disais tout à l'heure, Astra, c'est leur 6e tentative, c'est leur 6e tir, et ils n'ont réussi qu'une fois en 5 essais précédents, donc voilà, ouais. Un taux de réussite de 20% pour l'instant. Voilà. Sur la mission de STP-27 AD2 que j'avais couvert à l'époque le 20 novembre dernier, donc ça remonte.
Donc c'est pas énorme, hein. C'est pas énorme, et justement on va essayer de croiser les doigts pour que cette fois-ci ça marche, parce qu'Astra c'est quand même une belle entreprise, malheureusement, de bonnes idées, et puis les promesses de ce lanceur sont belles, hein. Déjà un coût de fabrication assez peu cher, 2 500 000 €, c'est pas énorme, et puis elle est surtout très pratique à transporter. Vous la foutez dans un camion, dans un avion, et puis vous l'emmenez un petit peu partout sur la planète pour des lancements, donc voilà, on espère que ça a marché. En tout cas, il fera nuit au début du live, on aura un lancement au petit matin, comme hier, hein, comme ce qui était prévu hier. La fenêtre de tir est la même, 17h22, 18h22. Donc ça laisse pas beaucoup de place au hold, mine de rien. Donc là, pour ceux qui atterrissent, je vais vous expliquer ce que je viens de dire, mais quand on parle de fenêtre de tir, en gros, on pose un TFR, on pose des zones d'exclusion de vol, des autorisations de vol de la FAA, et on peut pas lancer une fusée n'importe quand. Là, aujourd'hui, la fenêtre de tir, elle est d'1 heure, donc si on a un hold qui fait 40 minutes, on est mort. Donc
il y a aussi des exclusions maritimes, hein, comme j'expliquais hier, pour éviter qu'il y ait des bateaux qui gênent sur la trajectoire et le couloir aérien qu'empruntera la fusée. Et donc on se prémunit un maximum dans toutes les zones, qui n'est pas un obstacle pour le lanceur sur son chemin.
Couloir aérien aujourd'hui qui part vers le sud-ouest. On l'a vu hier, hein, une fusée qui part sur une orbite plus ou moins polaire.
Et d'ailleurs, j'ai plus de précision sur l'orbite parce qu'on en avait moins hier. C'est une orbite héliosynchrone circulaire à 525 km d'altitude. Voilà. Et les clients sont Spaceflight, Portland State Aerospace Society et Near Space Launch.
Exactement. Du coup, orbite héliosynchrone circulaire, ça fait 2 mots compliqués en une phrase. Alors, héliosynchrone, vous commencez à le savoir, on l'a expliqué plusieurs fois. Héliosynchrone, c'est en gros, vous avez votre satellite, votre n'importe quoi en fait, n'importe quoi qui est en orbite. Héliosynchrone, ça veut dire que si mon point c'est la Terre, le satellite tourne toujours dans un plan éclairé par le Soleil. Donc en gros, techniquement, si ça tourne comme ça autour de ma main, le Soleil serait là. Ce qui fait que là, mon doigt est toujours éclairé par le Soleil. Si j'avais une orbite comme ça, attendez, je vais essayer de faire, voilà, comme ça. Là, il est éclairé. Là, c'est plus éclairé. Là, c'est éclairé. Là, c'est plus éclairé. Donc héliosynchrone, vous êtes toujours dans un plan qui est face au Soleil. Ce qui fait que vous pouvez enlever les batteries, par exemple, des satellites, parce que vous avez toujours les panneaux solaires qui sont orientés face au Soleil. Et circulaire, tout simplement parce que vous avez plusieurs types d'orbites, circulaire ou... Merci.
Ah, attends, j'essaie de trouver orbite circulaire ou l'autre terme...
Elliptique.
Elliptique, ouais.
Elliptique, ça veut dire que vous avez une apogée et un périgée à des altitudes différentes. Par exemple, vous avez une apogée, donc le point le plus haut de l'orbite en altitude qui va être à 500 km, et un périgée qui va être à 420 km. Ce qui fait que c'est pas un cercle parfait que vous faites. Là, sur une orbite circulaire, il n'y a plus de périgée, il n'y a plus d'apogée, parce que toute la circonférence de votre orbite, tout l'air de votre orbite, en fait, est toujours à 550 km d'altitude. Donc on est sur un beau cercle, on est sur une orbite circulaire tout simplement, circulaire ou elliptique. Une orbite elliptique, ça peut être une grosse orbite, hein. Par exemple, une orbite de transfert géostationnaire, vous avez une apogée qui est à 36 000 km d'altitude et un périgée qui va être à peut-être 1000 km d'altitude. Et en fait, pourquoi on dit une orbite de transfert géostationnaire? Parce que quand vous arrivez à l'apogée, vous remettez de la vitesse pour augmenter votre périgée. Enfin bref, hors contexte là, mais... Voilà, vous avez plein de sortes d'orbites, et une orbite héliosynchrone, ça peut vraiment avoir, pas héliosynchrone, une orbite elliptique, ça peut vraiment avoir une taille énorme. Par exemple, la Lune, elle a une orbite elliptique autour de la Terre, elle n'est jamais à la même altitude. Elle a une altitude qui varie entre, là je sais plus exactement, mais on va dire 380 et 420 000 km, je crois, je sais plus exactement, je vais dire des conneries. Pour vous dire que voilà, la Terre autour du Soleil n'a pas une orbite elliptique, a une orbite elliptique, pardon. Une orbite circulaire, de toute façon, ça existe que à ma connaissance, par l'homme. Il n'y a que nous qui arrivons vraiment à mettre une altitude parfaite sur une révolution complète. Voilà, je me suis un peu emballé dans mes explications. Excusez-moi, on a des très belles images à l'instant du soleil avec la Terre en arrière-plan. C'est magnifique. Alors là, c'est vraiment beau. Ça mérite même que j'agrandisse un peu ça.
On voit Kayla Barron devant, donc là c'est filmé depuis Raja Chari qui effectue sa première EVA aujourd'hui et il me semble que Kayla effectue sa deuxième. C'est l'équipage qui est arrivé à bord de la capsule Crew Dragon Endurance de la mission Crew 3 en novembre dernier, qui a remplacé l'équipage de Thomas Pesquet, qui vont revenir avant avril, avant que Crew 4 reparte. Et là ils sont en train pour information, de préparer l'installation des futurs panneaux solaires qui arriveront en juin avec le cargo Dragon CRS-25 de SpaceX. Les panneaux solaires iROSA, dont une paire avait déjà été installée par Thomas Pesquet et Shane Kimbrough et Kiyoshide il y a quelques mois.
Et là vous voyez, c'est beau, là on voit une des barres de maintien, la barre jaune que vous avez à l'écran là, qui passe derrière Alex. En fait, c'est des barres tout simplement une main courante. Merci, je cherchais le mot.
Ouais.
C'est bien d'être deux parfois quand même.
Ouais.
C'est des mains courantes qui sont posées un peu partout sur l'ISS et c'est des mains courantes que vous retrouvez également dans les piscines d'entraînement des astronautes. Parce qu'il faut savoir que dans ces piscines-là, ils refont l'ISS, en gros une maquette de l'ISS, des parties en tout cas qui vont être utilisées pendant leur sortie extravéhiculaire. Et c'est des mains courantes qui sont là tout simplement comme pour une via ferrata, pour s'aider à se déplacer sur la station, en plus bien évidemment de la ligne de vie sur laquelle ils sont accrochés, et en plus parfois ils ont aussi des lignes de vie à bobines, comme sur certains chantiers qui sont là. Voilà, ils ont plusieurs techniques d'accroche sur l'ISS, et ils sont bien évidemment toujours assurés, parce que faudrait éviter de partir à la dérive dans l'espace, quoi, même s'ils ont évidemment un système de sécurité pour revenir sur l'ISS en cas de souci.
Ça c'est le safer. Mais les mains courantes, t'en parlais sur l'ISS et en piscine, mais il y en avait aussi sur Hubble à l'époque. Pour réparer Hubble, quand les astronautes allaient le réparer grâce à la navette spatiale américaine aussi. Du coup c'est très pratique pour se déplacer tout le long de la structure de l'ISS. Je pense qu'ils utiliseront ça aussi sur la future station lunaire, etc. Ça a fait ses preuves, donc pourquoi pas le remettre en place derrière. Et on n'a pas de webcast pour l'instant, malheureusement.
Non, mais
c'est en retard.
On va regarder notre petite sortie extravéhiculaire.
Il y avait une estimation pour le décollage du SLS. Et les amis, déjà jeudi soir, rollout du SLS sur la chaîne. On va couvrir le transfert de ce magnifique lanceur. Ah, ça commence chez NSF.
Allez, on passe chez NSF, c'est parti.
Ah, c'est parti, là je suis content. Non, pour le SLS, au début ça devait partir en avril, les amis, et ça partirait au mois de mai aux dernières nouvelles, le temps qu'ils effectuent tous les tests, parce qu'il manque des tests à checker pour que le lanceur soit fin prêt à partir. Donc test de remplissage, WDR, tir statique, etc. Et après ils seront fin prêts. Voilà, bon, moi je me suis mis la petite webcast d'NSF. On est bien. Et ça fait plaisir. Là, c'est cool.
En tout cas, une grosse nuit blanche prévue cette semaine, les amis. Donc j'espère que vous serez au rendez-vous pour nous tenir éveillés.
Et c'est parti, l'intro.
Au moment où je balance, l'intro est là.
Magnifique. Avec le SLS qui sort. Premier étage.
C'est parti les amis, on est chaud.
Est-ce que ça va le faire les amis? Est-ce que ça va le faire aujourd'hui?
On croise les doigts.
Moi j'y crois.
Faudrait que ça le fasse. Au bout d'un moment, ça va nous...
Ce serait leur deuxième succès. En 6 tirs quand même. En 6 tentatives pour Astra. Vont-ils le faire? Telle est la question aujourd'hui, le suspense.
Ah, le jour se lève. On a regardé le temps par rapport à hier et vraiment, ça n'a rien à voir.
Il y a moins de nuages.
Il y a beaucoup moins de nuages. Le vent a l'air quand même beaucoup plus calme. Par contre, on voit très bien que le vent a tourné parce qu'hier, le venting partait dans l'autre sens.
Oui.
Donc la preuve, quand je vous ai dit tout à l'heure que ça avait tourné, on retrouve nos deux petits commentateurs d'hier qui sont toujours au poste, comme nous.
Ouais, Thomas et Carolina.
Bah écoute, ils ont l'air de bien aller aussi.
Ouais.
Wow, regardez là. Oh, on a un plan qu'on n'avait pas hier, avec le brouillard qu'il y avait hier, mais regarde
Je
la
te
montagne.
disais, les montagnes d'Alaska, Lucas, c'est magnifique.
Oh là là, magnifique. Ce mont enneigé à l'arrière.
C'est un très beau pas de tir quand même.
Et on voit
NSF, c'est
le.
NASA Space Flight, David.
On voit la glace qui au niveau des réservoirs de l'ox, pardon.
Ouais.
Donc, les réservoirs d'oxygène liquide qui sont fortement refroidis, hein, c'est pour ça que vous avez une condensation qui se crée, de la glace qui se forme sur le tube de la roquette 3. Et on a un chrono à 27 minutes et 48 secondes. Donc écoutez, on va avoir les yeux rivés dessus encore une fois. Hein. Au moment s'il s'arrête, ça va spammer dans le chat, comme d'hab. En tout cas, on a un air, on a une météo, mais qui n'a rien à voir avec hier. On n'a pas de pluie, on n'a pas de gros cumulus, de gros vent. Le vent est très calme, on voit que le venting se déplace tout doucement, ça fait plaisir. Le temps est beaucoup plus clair.
Il parlait de la fenêtre de lancement, mais j'ai pas entendu. Ah, ils disent qu'hier ils avaient 29 minutes de fenêtre et qu'aujourd'hui ils ont que 27 minutes à cause de l'EVA qui a lieu en ce moment dans l'ISS. Ils sont contraints à cause de ça d'avoir 2 minutes de fenêtre en moins, les amis. Vous vous rendez compte? Dire que l'ISS va passer au-dessus à ce moment-là, il faut surveiller.
Pas forcément au-dessus, mais ouais.
Loin. Je vais regarder.
En même temps, je serais pas très serein parce que bon, on sait comment ça termine la plupart du temps avec eux, donc Lauriane qui dit ça part. Lauriane qui dit ça part depuis tout à l'heure. Hein. J'espère qu'elle a raison.
Bon, l'ISS pour l'instant elle est loin, elle est dans le Pacifique Sud vers l'Amérique du Sud.
Ah, ils nous mettent un petit récap j'allais dire du rollout, mais pas vraiment, mais en tout cas de la mise à la verticale de la fusée.
C'est ça. Des opérations pré-vol. Avec la belle météo d'Alaska. Nous aussi, Aldon, ça fait plaisir de vous voir.
Bah grave. C'était le static fire normalement.
Ouais, je pense aussi. Hein. Pire statique.
Oh, ça balaye tout quand même. Elle est puissante, elle a un joli son.
Ouais.
Oui, Christophe, en description de la vidéo, t'as toutes les infos pour ça. C'est gentil. Merci beaucoup. Voilà, donc le static fire, on vous aide de revoir ces images. J'écoute en même temps pour voir s'il n'y a pas des infos importantes à pas louper.
Il parle des charges utiles.
Ouais. Regarde, on a une petite nappe de venting qui se colle au sol, là, c'est vraiment beau.
Ouais.
Bah, merci à toi, Christophe, on va checker ça. Enfin, Alex va checker ça.
Ouais, je vais regarder.
Donc là, c'est pas un gros vol, il n'y a pas énormément d'étapes après le lift-off. Donc vous allez avoir le décollage, ensuite ce sera Max Q. Après Max Q, on aura le MECO, le Main Engine Cut-Off, séparation du premier étage de l'image du second étage, en espérant que cette fois-ci ça se passe bien, parce que c'est sur cette étape-là qu'on a eu un problème la dernière fois. Et puis, ce plan est vraiment beau. Hein. Et puis ensuite, vous aurez l'allumage du second étage, et à la toute fin, ouverture de la coiffe et séparation du payload qui n'est pas présent cette fois-ci. Ah bah pas de souci, CDM pour le retard, tu viens à l'heure que tu veux, tu es le bienvenu à l'heure que tu veux. Merci en tout cas d'être présent sur ce live les amis, merci d'être là cet après-midi, même si je sais que c'est des horaires un peu galères. Et merci pour vos pouces, pour votre soutien, pour vos commentaires, pour tout ça comme d'habitude. Ça fait plaisir. Et puis, vous inquiétez pas, hein, là on bouffe de la Falcon, on bouffe de la petite fusée, mais l'année devrait être belle en termes de lancement, déjà avec le SLS, ça risque d'être un live assez...
Dès jeudi soir, on va avoir un avant-goût de ce qui nous attend en mai.
C'est ça.
Avec le SLS, le lanceur lourd, nouveau lanceur lourd de la NASA qui va nous ramener les astronautes en orbite lunaire. Donc ça va être de très très jolis moments qu'on va passer ensemble, tous ensemble. Donc tenez-vous prêts parce que dès jeudi soir, rollout, donc transfert du lanceur, du VAP du Kennedy Space Center jusqu'au pad 39B de ce dernier.
Il y aura peut-être des petites surprises aussi durant le live, donc soyez présents et puis voilà, hein, on va essayer de faire la nuit en entière avec vous. Et
on n'en dit pas plus.
Vous m'enverrez tous un petit message le lendemain pour expliquer à mon directeur pourquoi je m'endors au taf. Et on a un joli venting avec le soleil qui se lève là en arrière-plan, c'est trop beau.
Ah oui, c'est beau, hein.
On va... hier, le hold, il a eu lieu à combien? 14,56
14,56 ou 57, ouais.
Je vois des messages qui ne font pas plaisir dans le chat parce que vous avez raison, mais on va penser l'inverse. Hein. Ils disent, avec Astra, on a l'habitude de 2 reports.
Bah ouais, Lauriane, mais j'adore cette fusée. Comme Starship, c'est les 2 projets qui m'animent le plus. Que j'ai envie de voir, c'est des nouveaux lanceurs, donc on a envie de voir de la nouveauté, même si c'est pas les seules nouveautés qu'on va voir cette année. Hein. On va voir Starliner, on va voir Ariane 6, Vega C.
C'est en termes de puissance et d'envergure, c'est quand même de la grosse nouveauté.
C'est les deux super lanceurs. Voilà, c'est les 2 super lanceurs qu'on attend. Donc,
on va pas se mentir quand même, il y a du lourd qui arrive. Je suis beaucoup plus confiance pour le SLS que pour le Starship pour le moment. Hein. Pour moi, le Starship risque de prendre encore du retard, mais le SLS, écoutez, ça a l'air bien parti. Déjà, le rollout, je trouve que c'est une très très belle avancée.
Ouais.
Donc, on va suivre ça quand même. On va essayer, comme d'habitude sur nos réseaux, hein, de vous tenir au courant au maximum. Bien évidemment. Alex, il est plongé dans je ne sais quoi, mais alors il est plongé. Hein.
Bah écoute Christophe, je vais aller voir. Merci Christophe, merci beaucoup pour ton don sur PayPal. Merci à toi.
GG à toi Christophe.
Dans le chat.
Merci beaucoup.
Le SS c'est ma fusée préférée. Bah ouais, non mais je comprends. Je comprends totalement. Ça va être fou. En plus on va revoir les mythiques moteurs CRS-25 qui équipaient la navette spatiale américaine. Sauf que là on n'en aura pas 3 mais 4. À la base du premier étage, plus les SRB avec un segment en plus. Donc ça va vraiment... il y aura une puissance phénoménale au lancement.
On connaîtra le voyage vers la Lune que nos parents ont connu. Ouais, mais en Full HD nous.
Voire en 4K. Avec SpaceX après.
Vous pensez que pour la mission lunaire, on aura beaucoup d'images en direct, que ce soit pendant le voyage ou l'orbite lunaire? Bah écoute, Pojo, en vrai on n'en sait rien. Je pense parce qu'il y a aussi... Derrière tout ça, un intérêt, j'ai envie de dire, de communication et ça va être un petit... C'est entre guillemets un peu une course à la Lune 2.0, donc je pense que ça va quand même vachement communiquer là-dessus et que les Américains seront fiers de pouvoir balancer des images en direct de la Lune. Est-ce qu'on en aura pendant les voyages, pendant les orbites, etc. Sûrement. Moi en tout cas j'espère qu'on aura des images en direct de l'alunissage, ça c'est clair et net. Mais ne serait-ce déjà que des images en direct en orbite autour de la Lune, ça serait dingue. Donc on va voir.
Merci Christophe, merci à toi de nous soutenir. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup Christophe, ouais. Merci infiniment. Votre soutien, ça fait toujours plaisir. Mais en tout cas, avant d'aller sur la Lune, il va falloir qu'on arrive à faire décoller ce lanceur de 11 mètres seulement, s'il vous plaît.
Oui. Ce serait pas mal.
On passe la barre des 20 minutes, c'est le moment où je commence à stresser sur le chrono. Salut Eric, bienvenue sur le live, merci beaucoup de nous rejoindre.
Salut Eric.
Allons-nous encore vivre en direct une explosion ou est-ce que ça va le faire?
Bah, j'aimerais bien qu'ils réussissent quoi.
Bah ouais, donc c'est tout ce que les explosions ça fait du spectacle, surtout quand... Alors là ça me dérangerait encore moins que ça pète étant donné qu'il n'y a pas d'expérience scientifique à l'intérieur. Mais bon, pour Astra, faut que ça marche.
On a les différentes personnes présentes dans la salle de contrôle avec le directeur de vol reconnaissable avec sa crête en fond. Bon, c'est une petite salle de contrôle hein, comparé à ce qu'on voit dans les autres agences ou entreprises, hein, type SpaceX, Rocket Lab ou la NASA ou Ariane Espace.
Mais par contre, toujours aussi jeune. Hein.
Ouais, le New Space. Voilà.
Vraiment, là, la full équipe est
très jeune.
Est méga jeune. Bah, décollage ou non, on sait pas. Personne ne le sait vraiment. Personne ne sait vraiment si ça va partir. C'est le spatial, hein, on peut même s'attendre à un hold à T-1, donc on va juste être confiant en fait. On va juste être confiant, leur faire un peu confiance. Mais là, franchement, avec le temps qu'il y a, le lever de soleil, ils peuvent que la faire partir. Là, ça serait vraiment ouf que ça parte parce que vraiment, on a un temps magnifique. Hier, ils nous ont mis un faux espoir. Là, il serait temps de la faire partir. Surtout que je pourrais pas live le reste de la semaine, là. À ces horaires-là. Enfin, quoique. Non, si, je dis n'importe quoi, pardon.
Ah, ce serait bien que ça parte, quoi.
Regardez-moi cette vue, là, sur les falaises.
Là, c'est beau, là.
On se croirait vraiment chez nos amis de chez Rocket Lab. Hein. Ouais, bah aujourd'hui je suis plus optimiste qu'hier, je sais pas pourquoi, est-ce que je sens... J'étais pas du tout optimiste là depuis ce matin, et depuis que je la vois sur son pas de tir avec cette belle météo, je suis optimiste. Je suis optimiste. Franchement, j'y crois. C'est vraiment, on a une... Je sais pas, c'est beau là, c'est... Désolé, je suis subjugué par ces images, mais...
Il y a de quoi?
Je crois que c'est Lauriane qui m'a donné envie d'être optimiste là, à force de dire que ça allait partir.
Il parle de la boutique d'Astra. Sachez que nous aussi on a une boutique, les amis sont soutenus.
Ah, je l'attendais.
Parce que tu l'as fait hier.
En fait, je pensais. Je me suis dit, est-ce qu'il attend que je fasse la promo ou est-ce qu'il l'a fait?
Non, bah nous sachez qu'on a un nouveau site internet, les amis, qui défile dans le chat grâce à Nightbot, ou aussi disponible en description, qui vous donne accès à plein de fiches techniques sur les lanceurs, les dernières vidéos avec les playlists catégorisées, les actualités, la boutique, le calendrier des prochains lancements et des lancements passés, et la rubrique pour nous contacter, nous envoyer des suggestions. Voilà, je vous ai bien vendu le site. Conçu en grande majorité par Hugo, gros GG Hugo, et aussi par le reste de l'équipe qui a beaucoup aidé. Donc,
en vrai, pour ceux qui suivent la chaîne tous les jours, on vous le rabâche sur chaque live, mais c'est vraiment important parce qu'il y a beaucoup de travail qui a été fait et ça compte vraiment beaucoup pour nous. Donc voilà, on vous le rabâche. On a ce site. Je vous ai mis un petit sondage dans le chat là, si ça allait décoller ou pas. Je vous laisse y répondre, comme ça on va voir si vous êtes une majorité à dire que ça part ou si ça part pas.
Alors là on va voir si on a un hold, parce qu'on est à 10 secondes du hold d'hier.
Ouais. J'ai l'impression que le chrono galope aujourd'hui là. Allez, on passe. Allez, on passe.
On a passé le hold d'hier.
On a passé les 14,56.
Allez, ça va le faire. Ça va le faire, les amis.
Alors, on commence à retenir notre souffle. Il faut que ça marche, les gars. Allez, Astra.
Merci Martin pour ton retour sur le site. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Elle va où cette roquette? Alors Gérard, elle va à une orbite circulaire à 550 km d'altitude, sur une orbite héliosynchrone. Voilà, donc là elle va partir vers le sud-ouest, au-dessus du Pacifique. Une orbite basse, hein, l'orbite basse se situe, les 550 km d'altitude se situent dans ce qu'on appelle l'orbite basse terrestre. Donc c'est une orbite où on a besoin d'aller très vite justement pour y rester. Plus vous êtes proche de la Terre, moins vous êtes haut, plus vous avez besoin d'aller vite pour retenir sur une orbite. Donc là, à 550 km d'altitude, on a une vitesse d'environ 28 000 km/h. 28 000 km/h, c'est environ 5 à 6 fois la vitesse d'une balle de fusil quand même, hein, je vous le rappelle. C'est
entre 7 et 8 km secondes.
C'est ça. Salut Justine, bah écoute, ça va au top.
Salut Justine.
Alors qu'est-ce que ça dit ce sondage là? 88% de oui aujourd'hui, alors qu'hier c'était l'inverse.
Ah oui.
Enfin hier c'était plus hésitant, mais là c'est sûr que c'est oui.
Vous êtes très optimiste aujourd'hui.
Bah écoutez les amis, j'espère que Vulgaspace aura raison aujourd'hui. En tout cas le chrono pour l'instant.
Lucas, si tu peux monter un peu la qualité du live
Ouais.
NSF, je crois elle est réduite, elle est pas au plus haut. Je viens de m'en rendre compte.
Et ben je te fais ça tout de suite. Effectivement, on est loin d'être sur de la grosse qualité. Voilà.
Ouais, plus haut que la station effectivement, parce que la station actuellement elle est à 432 km d'altitude, donc là on va à 100 un peu moins de 100 km au-dessus de l'altitude de l'ISS, mais c'est pas la même inclinaison ni la même orbite. Hein.
Pourquoi partir d'une base située autant au nord? Parce qu'ils ont décidé de se mettre ici et que leur site de lancement se situe ici. Et que de toute façon, ils n'ont pas vraiment besoin de l'effet de fronde pour ce lancement-là. Comme ils partent vers le sud-ouest, bah tu pars même dans le sens inverse de la rotation de la Terre. Donc plus t'es haut par rapport à l'équateur, plus c'est facile justement de partir dans ce sens-là. JP c'est bon, j'ai rattrapé. Je viens de le faire le x2.
Salut JP. On a un beau lever de soleil là. Hein.
Ouais, là c'est vraiment beau, de belles images. Vraiment la météo est vraiment au top là. Hein.
Ouais, ça change du tout au tout par rapport à hier où c'était couvert, où il y avait beaucoup de vent. Allez, à presque 10 minutes avant le tir.
On va arriver pour les go no go.
On va checker tous les paramètres du lanceur pour voir s'il est apte à partir.
Si ça part sans hoult, sans rien, c'est quand même ouf. Hein.
Ouais, ça serait une première, je crois, moi, depuis qu'on couvre Astra sur la chaîne. Merci Eric, merci à toi d'être là.
On arrive sur le final checkout.
Ouais.
Allez, moi je suis confiant là, On arrive sur l'ego, je crois. On va écouter. Salut Malia.
VB1 upper stage power. VB1 upper stage power active. VB1 turn on off PDBs. VB1 turn on off PDBs active. Water 1 water system. Water 1 water system active. Tango at this time, please activate launch machine.
On se rend pas compte tout le travail qu'il y a derrière un lancement quand même.
Launch machine.
Ah, il y a du venting, non, ça vente encore là, vous voyez à la base du lanceur.
Il vient de faire non avec sa tête, le directeur de vol, j'ai peur.
J'ai pas vu. Mais en tout cas, le compte à rebours continue. C'est coulé. Non, Jean-Louis, non, ça n'a rien à voir.
On décolle d'Alaska, hein, des côtes sud-ouest de l'Alaska, vers la ville de... Voilà, j'ai bouffé le nom, Alex. Kodiak, merci.
Ouais. Sachez que Astra a 2 pas de tir maintenant, ils ont ce pas de tir là et ils ont le pas de SLC 46 du complexe militaire de Canaveral en Floride.
On fait les go. Le booster est no go. Ah!
Ah ouais, donc le premier étage est pas prêt, est pas paré au lancement. Ils arrêtent le compte à rebours. Ils ont dit, je crois, mais ça continue de défiler.
Oh, la dîner, c'est la première fois que j'entends un no-go en plus. On a tellement l'habitude d'entendre des go pour tout. Elle a dit surtout booster is no go.
Rappelle-toi, chez ULA, comment ça va vite, les go. En attendant, le compte à rebours continue, hein. C'est ça qui est quand même assez étrange.
Ah, booster is go. Booster is go. Jens, let's go.
Ah ouais, t'as de l'avance sur moi, faut que j'accélère.
Tango. Tango's go. Safety. Safety is go.
Safety is go.
Tango and AV1 manage polling toggle do only ground. Do only ground polling. Set to true. Tango, let me know when you're ready to load sequences. Good to load. Delphin, please provide. Igniter 703 Victor 3.
Waouh, on a eu chaud là.
Je me suis accéléré la vitesse du live pour être calé sur toi.
703 Victor 3 slot 0. Good load. Alpha 887 Victor 1. Engine Alpha 887 Victor 1 slot 0. Good load. Bravo 887 Victor 1. Engine Bravo 887 Victor 1.
Donc là, il parle de chaque engine. Engine. Chaque moteur.
Oui, des 5 moteurs
ils les font,
du premier étage.
C'est très intéressant d'ailleurs.
À chaque fois, ils font ça.
Il y a le moteur Alpha. Bravo, Charlie Delta. Il restera le Echo du coup.
Ah oui, là, moi j'en étais à Delta là.
Echo 887 Victor 1.
Echo.
Je sais pas ce que c'est Vecteur 1 par contre.
Je pense que c'est le... On parle de vectoriel dans le spatial ou de TVC peut-être, je sais pas. Ça va décoller Hugo, ça va le faire. J'ai confiance.
Good load hein, à chaque fois pour les moteurs. Delphin confirme, tous les systèmes sont ready for launch. Qui parlait des moteurs. Alors c'est pas des moteurs électriques, c'est des pompes électriques par contre. Bien vu Eric, on va en reparler. Par contre c'est pas des moteurs électriques. Écoutez, écoutez, ça a l'air pas mal. Ça a l'air pas mal là.
C'est vrai que c'est un très joli spot pour lancer. Non, c'est pas un moteur électrique, Eric.
Ouais, non, je vais en parler. C'est des pompes électriques.
Ah oui. Ouais, mais c'est pas comme par exemple les moteurs Rutherford qui ont vraiment une turbopompe, qui ont une batterie.
Non, mais par contre, ils ont quand même des turbopompes électriques. Hein.
Ah, ok.
Ouais, on a un venting qui recouvre la caméra.
Ah, génial.
D'accord, une réglementation pour l'espace, contrôle du nombre de satellites, obligation de se débarrasser proprement de ceux qui arrivent en fin de vie. C'est en cours, Amand, c'est en cours.
C'est en cours et en fait, nous, la France, on est pionnier dans ce domaine avec le CNES. Mais toutes les agences et entreprises doivent suivre et appliquer la même réglementation, ce qui n'est pas facile.
8 minutes 50 hein, au total de vol du moment du décollage. On aura un max Q à 1 minute et 10 secondes, donc le moment où la pression aérodynamique sera maximum sur la fusée. Donc surtout sur celle-ci, ça va être un moment à suivre, hein, parce qu'on sait que celle-ci, elle est quand même bancale comme fusée. Donc voilà. Et ensuite, on aura 5 secondes entre la coupure et la séparation du premier et second étage. 5 secondes pour que cette étape se passe bien, pas comme la dernière fois. Et là, le chrono galope, ça fait vraiment plaisir.
Le begin pitch over, pour ceux qui veulent le savoir, c'est quand on commence à effectuer les manœuvres de tangage sur le lanceur.
Tangage, je te reprends aussi, mais tangage, c'est le moment où vous allez avoir une rotation sur un axe. Vous avez tangage, roulis et lacet.
Lacet. J'anticipe vos questions au chat.
Donc le tangage, c'est grosso modo la fusée comme ça, le roulis c'est la fusée comme ça, et le lacet c'est la fusée comme ça.
Non Eric, ceux qui larguent les batteries, c'est Rocket Lab justement.
Waouh, regardez le veine qui se reste collé au sol. Pardon, je te coupe, mais c'est beau.
Oh. Ah oui, on dirait qu'il y a de la neige.
On dirait une scène de cinéma, on dirait qu'il y a Michael Jackson qui va faire son clip trailer.
On se croirait dans... Exactement, on se croirait dans trailer. Non Eric, du coup, c'est cette étape qu'on appelle batterie jettison sur l'électron de Rocket Lab. Qui n'a rien à voir avec... qui est dans la même catégorie de lanceur, mais qui est plus grande et qui n'est pas la même société ici.
Et qui marche mieux pour le moment.
Et qui a un meilleur taux de réussite, c'est clair.
C'est très très bon. Le venting qui reste collé au sol, là, c'est quand même fantomatique.
Je pense avec la température aussi qu'il y a sur place, ça fait ça.
Écoutez les amis, pour l'instant on peut pas rêver mieux comme lancement. Le venting qui est magnifique, un lever de soleil, des falaises, la mer.
Que demander de plus?
Bah ouais, à part un décollage, pas grand chose. Hein. 3 minutes,
3 minutes.
les amis, 3 minutes. On va
ça va le faire.
Wow, qu'est-ce que c'est beau, ça glisse sur le sol là, c'est...
Allez, go Astra, go Rocket 3. On y croit. La prochaine EVA, ça aura lieu le mercredi 23 mars, Cyril.
Moi, tant que la Rocket 3 aura pas décollé de 10 cm du socle, j'aurai des doutes. Hein. Elle nous a déjà fait le coup, elle avait allumé et éteint juste derrière.
Je me demande de me laisser un maximum le décollage au son. Bon, j'ai laissé Lucas s'en occuper, pardon, c'est lui qui...
Ouais, ça sera comme d'habitude. Regardez là ce plan bien reculé, j'espère que c'est une caméra qui va pouvoir bien zoomer ça après.
2 minutes.
2 minutes, allez je vais commencer à augmenter le son du live les amis. Pour bien vous laisser kiffer ce son. Regardez on voit toutes les équipes.
Les employés. Ouais.
Ah, cette fois ils sont assis, ils en ont marre de s'asseoir à chaque fois que ça pète. Comment ça se...
La tension est à son comble.
Je suis un connard. Allez, j'ai mis le son bien fort les amis, on va vous laisser kiffer ça, on vous reprendra une minute à peu près après le décollage. On va enlever nos petites têtes.
Et bon vol à toutes et à tous.
À tout à l'heure les amis. On croise les doigts. Allez, ça part. Oh, je suis content, hein, je vous le dis.
60 seconds, vehicles on internal control.
Minute.
Less than 60 seconds ago, the rocket has taken control of the countdown and everything is on track for liftoff.
On met l'altitude et la vitesse.
Upper stage tanks at pre-liftoff. First stage fuel tank pressurizing.
Et on a le télémétrie en bas à droite.
Exactement, cherchez le beau. Allez, ça y est, on passe la barre des 30 secondes, les amis, c'est magnifique. C'est parti.
C'est parti.
Ah, ça fait plaisir. Hein.
Un lancement, ça fait longtemps.
15.
Il y a un micro posé juste devant nous.
10, water
ouais.
on.
Allez, le déluge en route, c'est parti.
Ouais, système de déluge.
5, 4.
Oui, oui, oui.
5, let's go.
Oui.
Ça décolle. Ça décolle les amis. Allez. Let's go.
Oh, écoutez.
Gorgeous liftoff views from Kodiak, Alaska. T plus 25 seconds, looking good.
Wow.
T plus 45, still looking good.
Passe bien, c'est nominal pour l'instant. Ça y est, on commence le tangage. Ça rigole au sol dans les équipes d'Astra. Ça a poussé un gros cri aussi tout à l'heure, je me demandais...
Max Q dans 10 secondes.
Allez, on a une caméra embarquée maintenant.
Wow.
Ah, on a traîné de condensation.
Max Q à l'instant, normalement.
On a pu la traîner déjà.
On n'a pas de télémétrie, elle s'est pas affichée.
Normalement, elle est censée s'afficher en bas à droite. Il reste 1 minute 30 de propulsion pour le premier étage. La flamme s'étend là.
On va essayer d'être attentif sur tout ce qui se passe pour voir s'il y a un problème.
À cause de la perte de pression dans l'atmosphère à cette altitude, la flamme s'étend.
Waouh,
allez,
waouh, 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 waouh.
Still got a great tracking shot from the launch site in Kodiak.
Magnifique.
C'est dommage qu'on n'ait pas de télémétrie quand même.
Good tracking downrange.
J'ai l'impression que la fusée retombe, alors que non.
Non, non.
C'est un effet d'optique, les amis.
Allez, on va approcher du méco.
And in just about 30 seconds, we have a string of milestones.
Merci beaucoup de nous rejoindre en tout cas, les amis.
We'll have the first stage engines shut down, main engine cut off, and then the fairing separation and stage separation and upper stage ignition steps will happen.
Ah, donc elle va dire ah, on a une télémétrie. Une fausse télémétrie, une fausse télémétrie.
Oui, elle est pas updatée.
Non, c'est pas la bonne télémétrie, on est plus à 6 km. Ah, c'est alors séparation, caméra embarquée.
Attention, attention, parce qu'il y a
la coiffe, la coiffe. Séparation confirmée. Oui, regardez la tuyère. Waouh, 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 waouh. Magnifique. Magnifique, regardez la coiffe. Oh. Allez. Allez ma grande, vas-y.
Ah, les images sont pas très bonnes au niveau du second étage, mais
ah,
ça s'allume pour voir au niveau du premier étage. L'image est stable, ça part pas dans tous les sens. Contrairement au dernier vol.
L'image de gauche est bonne.
Ouais, nous permet de voir ce qui se passe. C'est beau, on a une belle vue de la Terre quand même là.
Écoutez, pour l'instant, ça a l'air de se passer plutôt bien.
Par contre, la télémétrie toujours pas à jour.
On a une vue sur le second étage qui pousse là, mais normalement dans 4 minutes. Ouais. Non, il reste encore 4 minutes de vol. On voit que ça fait des petites corrections quand même.
Ça vacille un petit peu, mais légèrement.
Alors on n'a pas de télémétrie, mais là on est en train d'accélérer à 28 000 km/h.
Ah, ça a augmenté là, on a une télémétrie à jour à peu près. Enfin à peu près. On est à 4,3 km par seconde et 284 km d'altitude actuellement.
Ah, donc on est haut, on est déjà très haut pour le coup, ça lance plus haut qu'une Falcon 9 sur un temps plus court.
Ouais. Ça va vite.
Attends, je vais nous décaler parce qu'on est même pas sur la télémétrie en fait.
Ouais.
Tac, voilà, vous avez la télémétrie à droite de l'écran. Pour l'instant ça se passe bien mais c'est pas fini, hein. Il reste encore le déploiement. Et la mise en orbite aussi. Et alors ce qui m'étonne c'est qu'il n'y a qu'un seul rallumage et pourtant ils font une orbite circulaire. Alors là, excusez-moi mais j'ai du mal à comprendre. Parce que pour moi pour faire une orbite circulaire il faut au moins 2 rallumages. Bon, une fois qu'ils sauront mettre des engins en orbite, va falloir commencer à mettre des caméras.
On a d'autres plans là.
Ouais, non, je pense que c'est ce plan là. C'est quoi ce plan là? On dirait qu'il y a un ouragan en dessous.
Je sais pas ce que c'est.
Ah si, on est presque 200, hein. Merci beaucoup les amis, bienvenue. Pour ceux qui connaissent pas, n'hésitez pas à vous abonner. On est là sur tous les lancements de fusées pour répondre à vos questions. Non, on sait pas, Alden, on sait pas. On n'a pas réussi à savoir ce qui s'était passé. Allez, encore 2 minutes avant le SECO. Donc le second engine cut-off. Bah
on va
non,
parler
c'est
à
bon.
Aldon si je vois.
On sait pas. Regardez, on voit
Ouais.
on voit le couloir.
Vas-y.
On voit la trajectoire de
Le
la...
lanceur.
C'est ça. Direction sud-ouest. Et là, pour l'instant, elle est bien dans son couloir, donc c'est déjà une bonne nouvelle.
On a 5 km par seconde, les amis. Une altitude de 452 km, on est déjà plus haut que l'ISS.
On doit être aux alentours des environ entre 20 et 24 000 km/h là. Et là, on voit qu'elle suit bien son couloir, donc c'est cool. Pas de FTS à l'horizon.
C'est l'air nominal. Salut Rolls. J'ai pas pris de capture tout à l'heure du profil de vol. Quand intervient le SICO.
À 8 minutes et des brouettes là, ça devrait pas tarder.
On va y arriver. Voilà, ils en parlent justement.
Non, c'est très court, hein, instant spatial là. Dans quelques minutes, ça va être fini. De toute façon, ils vont déployer ça. Je sais pas ce que c'est cette vue.
Oh là là. C'est pas depuis un satellite qui est à côté, non? Je sais pas.
Exactement, Ronsard. On a enfin réussi à sortir de l'atmosphère et apparemment, on va réussir à se mettre en orbite.
Attention, ça va intervenir.
Sico.
On a coupé le motoriseur du second étage. Ah, il y a eu un cap pour rien.
On attend que ça...
On attend le déploiement de la charge maintenant. Salut Gino. On a 9 minutes
c'est calme.
Après le décollage.
C'est trop calme.
Oui, c'est ce que je me dis aussi. On a une vue de la salle de contrôle, ils se regardent derrière. Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Non, c'est le... Ah, si c'est le premier étage, je pense pas qu'il soit allé aussi haut. Ah bon. Là, je sais pas ce qui se passe, Lucas.
Ouais, moi non plus.
Je vais aller sur Twitter. Je vais aller voir. Parce que là...
C'est trop calme.
Cette atmosphère.
C'est beaucoup trop calme. Suspense. Hein. Alors là, c'est gros suspense.
Ouais. Ah, on a encore le...
Ouais.
Ça continue, hein. Donc je pense qu'à la fin, on va avoir le déploiement de la charge, si tout se passe bien. Sauf que le déploiement de la charge devait intervenir à T plus 8 minutes 50. Hein. On a déjà dépassé depuis 1 minute 25 ce délai. Enfin, cette étape, donc en théorie. Donc je sais pas ce qu'il en est dans la pratique.
Allez, là, faut que ça marche, là.
Oui, il a eu lieu, Eto, mais là, on attend le déploiement de la charge. La confirmation du déploiement, plutôt.
Oh, le mec avec le sweat vert, on dirait qu'il a 12 ans.
Ah ouais. Déviation de l'étage. Perte de la télémétrie.
Non, on va voir, on va voir. Suspense quand même là.
Bon. n'a plus de télémétrie.
Ouais, là, ils attendent la confirmation que le payload a été...
ça fait près de 2 minutes déjà, ça fait même près de 3 minutes qu'on devrait avoir la confirmation déjà. Sinon, il dit c'est moi le sweet vert. Bon, on a vu du pad qui est maintenant libéré. Belle falaise.
Ça sent pas bon, ça. Hein.
Ouais.
Généralement, ça sent pas très bon quand ça fait ça, là.
Quand on attend longtemps. Ils sont pas sereins, bah là... Christophe.
C'est trop long. C'est trop long.
C'est beaucoup trop long. Au lieu d'attendre pour un scrub ou un hold, là on va attendre pour une confirmation de déploiement. Ils ont pas réussi. C'est peut-être à cause d'une mauvaise com.
C'est pas qu'ils attendent que tout... Normalement, ça devrait être fini depuis longtemps. Hein.
5 minutes qu'on devrait avoir la confirmation. Hi guys, looking failed that like always. Steven, we are waiting for the confirmation of the payload deployment. J'ai pas entendu ce qu'elle a dit, la dame. C'est tout simplement un bug de communication.
Et la dame, elle a dit qu'elle allait envoyer son CV chez SpaceX parce qu'elle allait plus avoir taf dans 2 heures.
Mais en plus, sachez qu'elle a travaillé à la NASA par le passé, il me semble. Donc je pense qu'elle peut très vite retrouver quelque chose ailleurs. Ouais, Gino. Ouais. On y retourne après. Si vous souhaitez discuter avec nous, on sera sur le serveur Discord. C'est avec plaisir, les amis, qu'on échange avec vous.
Bon.
Là, ça fait quand même 5 minutes, quoi.
J'ai pas peur de dire que c'est un échec, là, mais bon, on va quand même attendre confirmation. C'est jamais, je peux me tromper.
T'as pas un bon pressentiment, quoi.
Mais là, ça pue quand même. Moi, je vous le dis, ça pue.
C'est dommage parce que tout s'était bien déroulé jusqu'à présent. Il n'y avait pas eu de couac. Et là, bah, sur cette étape, on attend toujours. Attendez les amis, on peut pas dire échec pour l'instant, c'est pas ce qui se passe, on n'a pas de communication. Ne parlons pas trop vite. Ils attendent toujours la confirmation du déploiement.
Je pense que c'est effectivement un problème de com, mais...
Peut-être avec une station radar qui peut plus couvrir cet endroit du globe aussi, et envoyer le signal. Il n'y a pas encore d'échec les amis, il n'y a pas encore d'échec, arrêtez de dire qu'il y a un échec.
Apparemment la bourse a déjà pris un coup par rapport à ça, putain ça va vite.
Bah, les effets d'annonce.
Salut René.
Non du tout, instant spatial. Peut-être que Quentin il connaît. Salut René. Ouais.
Bah alors là les amis.
C'était la grosse joie au début, mais là, ça fait la tête sur les visages dans la salle de contrôle et je pense derrière.
Ah bah déjà, il y a un problème de com parce qu'ils nous ont déjà montré ça tout à l'heure.
Il n'y a pas eu de progression depuis l'image de tout à l'heure?
Non, il n'y a pas eu de progression, donc pour moi il y a un problème de com. Et pour moi, s'il y a un problème de com, bah c'est soit que ça a pété, soit qu'ils ont perdu la com, mais c'est bizarre. En fait, c'est bizarre qu'ils aient perdu la com pile au moment où ça devait se déployer, quoi.
Déjà 8 minutes qu'on attend.
Non, c'est rien d'important, Ronsard à l'intérieur.
Parce qu'en vrai, tu peux remettre nos têtes à droite, Lucas, vu qu'on a plus de télémétrie.
Ouais.
Si tu peux. Non, René, il n'y a rien qui est récupéré sur ce lanceur. Bon, on va se consoler avec cette belle image de l'Alaska. Avec ce beau plan sur les falaises locales. C'est grave quand même.
Puis alors là, on a zéro explication, walou quoi.
Le cours de la... Ouais, ça a énormément chuté le cours de la bourse.
Le premier étage va venir se poser sur le pad. Alors, déjà, ils vont essayer de récupérer la com avec la charge utile et puis... Non, il n'y a aucune récupération là. Zéro récupération. On va déjà réussir à lancer une fusée avant de la récupérer.
Et c'est ça, Justine.
Ouais, non, là, ça a l'air quand même d'être rideau, l'histoire.
Déjà 10 minutes. On devrait savoir si ça s'est déployé correctement ou non.
Ouais, moi je pense que c'est un échec.
Pense.
Ouais.
Si, mais il y a quand même des charges, finalement, mais c'est un partenariat avec Spaceflight Astra 1, mais là, c'est mauvais quoi.
Attends, ça va parler derrière là. Ah.
And thank you so much for joining us for this morning's LV0009 launch broadcast. We're at T+, about 20 minutes from the launch. About 10 minutes ago, LV0009 successfully made it to orbit after a nominal first stage and second stage flight. We have not yet received...
Ils n'ont pas encore reçu d'informations sur le déploiement de la charge.
Was far downrange of our telemetry dish, which is as expected, and so it may be a little while before we have an update on that, and we will provide that update on Twitter as soon as we
Ils nous tiendront au courant sur Twitter. Bon, fin du flux les amis. Voilà, on vous informera sur les réseaux.
Thank you as always, Thomas.
Thank you all so much for watching, and thank you to Astra for once again partnering with NASA Spaceflight for today's launch coverage. Stay tuned for future launch coverage and other spaceflight news coverage here on NASA Spaceflight. And until the next time, this is Thomas Burkhardt, News Director for NASA Spaceflight, signing off. We'll see you next time.
Et c'est la fin du flux.
Et voilà.
On n'en saura pas plus sur ce live, on en saura plus sur les réseaux sociaux, donc suivez-nous sur Twitter, sur Facebook, sur la chaîne YouTube, sur le Discord aussi, on va vous tenir informés, et puis sur le site internet.
On vous tient au courant, comme d'hab.
Les news vont paraître très prochainement les amis.
Voilà, pour ceux qui veulent rester avec nous, on vous attend sur Discord dans le channel pour discuter avec vous. On sera là, il y aura tout le monde. Donc voilà, je ne suis pas sur Twitter, vous partagerez sur Insta. Oui, on mettra un petit truc sur Insta, pas de problème.
Je pense qu'on continuera de regarder le VA ensemble aussi.
Voilà.
Voir ce qui s'est passé. Mais une journée quand même très particulière du point de vue du spatial. Comme quoi que tout ne se passe pas toujours comme prévu dans cette industrie tellement rodée. La preuve encore une fois aujourd'hui pour Lucas.
Malheureusement, on peut pas tout le temps. Voilà.
Bon, c'est le mot de la fin, je crois. On va se laisser là-dessus, les amis. Merci de nous avoir suivis aujourd'hui. Merci à ceux qui ont donné, merci à ceux qui ont liké, qui ont partagé ce live, qui nous ont suivis aujourd'hui. On se retrouve pour un très gros live jeudi soir parce que là, avec Lucas, on va vous faire vivre avec peut-être d'autres personnes, qui sait, le rollout du Space Launch System, la fusée lunaire, le futur lanceur lourd lunaire de la NASA, de l'agence spatiale américaine, qui emmènera bientôt des hommes en orbite lunaire, sauf que là pour l'instant c'est dans l'attente de la mission Artemis 1 qui enverra une capsule inhabitée Orion, en orbite rétrograde autour de la Lune, mais ça va être incroyable. On va voir du coup le déplacement de ce lanceur du VAB, donc du bâtiment d'assemblage, au pad LC39B du Kennedy Space Center. Donc rendez-vous jeudi soir 21h30 pour suivre ça, et puis sinon comme disait Lucas, on se retrouve sur les autres réseaux très vite.
Et puis, est-ce que...
Merci Lucas.
Bah avec plaisir, j'allais mettre le live, j'allais vous laisser le live de la sortie extravéhiculaire pour ceux qui veulent...
On peut laisser aussi.
Regarder.
On peut laisser comme ça. Ouais, on peut laisser les dernières images de l'EVA, je pense qu'il va se terminer... vers... peut-être vers... avant 19h, quelque chose comme ça. Peut-être encore 1h et demie avec nous. Et de toute façon, on sera en vocal les amis sur Discord, donc n'hésitez pas à venir nous rejoindre. Et on vous souhaite à toutes et à tous une très bonne soirée.
Bah carrément, merci beaucoup les amis, à jeudi, et soyez en forme jeudi parce que ça va être long. Gros bisous, merci Alex, ciao.
Salut Lucas, ciao.
Here, let me try to position it inside here, and then I'll let you tighten it. Okay. I'm thinking I might actually lay on top of the IEA.
I think that's a good choice.
Go ahead, Ike.
Okay, no, I was just, we were just verifying something. When you guys are done adjusting that BRT, then you have a go to brake torque on H2. Excuse me. I'm sorry, no, negative. It's on H1. You have a go to brake torque on H1.
Okay.
H1.
H1.
Okay.
That RET, I think, is locked at the moment. That's connected to the ratchet. And what do you want me to do to BRT here?
I think it's the yaw joints. So anchor it down here.
Want it tightened?
So the one that's this one, yep. Thanks.
It's fully tight. I'll move out for it if you move your hand for a second.
That's okay, I can just go with this for now.
Hey, 15 seconds to handover, and if you get to it, you can do 1/4 to 1/2 turn on H1 to brake torque.
That'll be 1/4 to 1/2 on H1.
If you're just joining us, we are 4 hours and 35 minutes into today's spacewalk with NASA astronauts Kayla Barron, EV1, donning the red stripes, and Raja Chari, EV2, donning the suit with no stripes. They have successfully installed a 3A modification kit and tied back some multi-layer insulation on spare battery charge discharge units.
That'd be 1/2 turn on H1.
Being ahead of schedule, the two decided to move forward on some get-ahead tasks for a future spacewalk. They have begun breaking torque and resetting bolts on multiple orbital replacement units stored on the 3A integrated electronics assembly on the S4 truss.
1/2 turn on H2.
Copy, 1/2 turn.
Yeah, I know what keeps you.
1/2 turn on H2, and now we're going to fully release H1.
That'll be me, Raja.
Move on your way.
Follow the leader protocol.
And then Raja, if you want to just scoot over to the next ORU, it's the 3 Alpha 1, which is just one inboard. That BCDU is next. And Kayla, for you, I've got PGT settings when you're ready.
I'll let you know.
Bravo. Say again, Kayla.
I said I'll let you know in a minute.
Copy.
I'm just trying to get in position first. I need to tell Raja's further outboard.
Yep, I can keep moving. I can also swing back in front of the IEA if that helps.
I don't want to block your access either, though. You just put them.
You're fine as I can't do this until that one's done anyway.
Okay.
Okay, and hey, a reminder for both of you. Copy of EV1 and EV2, just a reminder, you cannot tether, waste tether or mini workstation effector to the box that you're working on.
Go 5 seconds, I'm not working on it. You can actually stabilize your legs through 2, Kayla, if that helps.
Hey, I'm good. Ready for 76.
All right, Kayla, Bravo 7, counterclockwise 2.
7 counterclockwise 2 to set.
And you're going to fully release H1.
Okay, fully release H1.
That's a good bolt. And Roger, on 3 Alpha 1, you can break torque on H1, 1/4 to 1/2 turn, if you're ready.
I got my way through Kayla's down here. Now I can't move it quite yet.
And Kayla, we're expecting about 4 to 5 turns to release that, but we're going to fully release it.
Okay. And I believe it's fully released. I actually did about 10 turns, and the little spring-loaded lock-unlock thing is ratcheting as I drive.
Copy, I think that means it's fully released. Alright, H1 on 3 Alpha 2, and now we're going to reinstall H2. And I've got PGT settings for you, Kayla, when you're ready. Alpha 6 clockwise 2. Alpha 6 clock 2.
I'm going to see if I can stay on the forward edge here, which that we can work simultaneously. I can stay out of your way. Got my effector, and I'll set those PGT.
Copy.
There goes. Reach. Alright, Alpha 60 cents.
Hey, firm, good copy. Alpha 6 clock 2. CDU. And Kayla, it will be Alpha 6 clockwise 2 when you're ready.
I'll head over there once Grinder heads further in for us.
And watching your tethers right underneath my CRT here, Kayla.
And Roger, your next target is the next DC, the next ORU inboard, that's the DDCU. And the same thing, you're going to brake torque, quarter or half on H1. You can wait till Kayla's done. Over to you, whatever you prefer.
I've got Alpha 6 clockwise 2 set, and I understand I'm resetting torque on H2.
That is a good readback, good settings. Alpha 6 clock 2, you're driving to torque H2.
Torque at 8.2, and that was about a quarter turn.
Quarter turn green light 8.2 on H2 of 3 alpha 1. And now we're going to torque H1.
Torque H1.
And it's H1. The next inboard one.
And Roger, say again, please.
Setting up for H1 on the third.
Okay, copy. Yes, that's the 3 alpha DDCU. H1. 1/4 to 1/2 turn.
And I got at H1, still in Alpha 6 clockwise 2.
And you have a go to drive it to torque.
And your way down.
Oh, you're good. That was about a half turn. Green light, 8.2 on the torque.
Half turn, green light 8.2 on 3 alpha 1 H1. That's a good ORU. Now we're going to move to the DDCU and brake torque. Roger, you have a go to release torque on H1. 1/4 to 1/2.
And so flipping is really loose.
Everybody all around the world, stand up, all the brothers, joining our hands, united we're stronger, fighting for peace, caring about our loved ones, trusting ourselves, sharing feelings. Believe me, if only I could, I'd make this world a better place. If only I could, I'd make this world a
And Roger, say
better
again for
place. If only I could.
Half a turn, broken torque on H2.
On your way.
Okay, Kayla, same settings, Alpha 6 clock 2.
I
And we're
think
going to
about
torque
the
H2.
implications when alone between the sheets, when all the hugging and kissing is tearing my heart apart. Oh, people standing hand in hand,
BCDU in the forward
celebrating our
inboard corner. So yes, continuing the same
different colors,
direction.
joining together,
Like Alpha 6 clockwise 2.
sharing feelings. Believe me, if only I could.
H2. Yep, go. going to fully release 3 Alpha 3 H1.
Here for a second while I transition over. New place to put the scoop, I guess.
I'm ready for settings for H2.
Sorry, Kayla.
You're okay?